So, it's been 4 years. I've spent the past 4 years cleaning up other people's shit and undoing the mass destruction enterprise that was that went during the COVID lockdown era. And here we are. Right now, the list of bugs is frighteningly low. So it means that we are close to the first version of Ansel. I will direct you to my previous video on my channel, which was the big rant that I had in 2022 when the Darktable team decided to basically go on with shitty design as a way of life. To explain the why and etc. And here I want to show you basically Ansel, so that's Darktable 4.0. Ansel is fully compatible with Darktable 4. It's not compatible with anything else after, and there are reasons for that. But this is what the UI looks like, and it's pretty much finalized in terms of graphic design and UX. So the first thing you may note is that we don't have a right panel anymore. If you compare this to Darktable, the actual image surface is quite cramped. So you have all these modules that are basically composed of buttons. And I'm pretty sure if I ask you to close your eyes and imagine a list of buttons, you will see a menu, not a stack of randomly laid out buttons. So that's what I did. See, selection, history stack, styles, and so on. So that went into the menu here. You have all your styles that you can apply here. You have the style manager here. So the module is in a pop-up. This is this toolbox. And so you can manage your styles from there only when you need to. And the rest of the time you just have them here. So the big stupidity, so this design has two flaws. The first one is to take a lot of real estate when there is no need to. And if you look at here, there is a lot of empty space that is completely lost. So this is constantly wasting space and depriving your pictures from pixels, just because you know it's cool to have your own logo there. So all these, they went into the global menu. And the global menu has a big advantage. If you hit the Alt key, then you'll see that you have mnemonics in there. So if you go with Alt E, you will unfold the menu, and once a menu is unfolded, then you can just browse the whole thing with your arrow keys left, right, to cycle between menus and up, down. So you can access a lot of features without having to remember a single shortcut here, just from Alt and using the mnemonic of the menu. So that's much more efficient than what Darktable is doing, where every button here has to be attached to a single shortcut that you have to remember, and then you will soon be out of keys on your keyboard to assign all these. That's the first major redesign. I'll go into the details of the menu. So we have redone the import because I was not alone to work on that. So the import box is a very basic, as usual. A very basic file browser. And what's new is that instead of selecting in Darktable before you import, if you are going to add to the library that is just import into the database, or copy and actually duplicate the file and then import to the library, this is done directly in the window here. So you have the option add to library or copy to disk with a message here that tells you what it actually does. You can choose the date of the project. So right now, the graphic design is not yet finished on that part. I mean, the overlays and active state are not super legible, but whatever. And then you can choose the job code, which is basically what will be replaced by this variable here. And the thing is here, you directly have auto-completion with all the tags that are available. So as soon as you start inputting dollar and parentheses, then you have all the available options. And you can preview the results of the pattern straight away in front of you using the actual picture that you want. So this feels a lot more, universal and generic rather than this weird little thing that doesn't even show you the picture unless you click here, and then it shows you the picture in a very, very weird way. I mean, this is a disgrace to desktop computing. It's just not possible. And then the thing here tells you also if the pictures were already imported. So you have the ID, which is basically the number in the database. And it tells you from where it was last imported. So you have the EXIF of the picture. You have the imported state. You can select only the picture that were not already imported in the database, and so on. So I believe that's a lot less frustrating than what Darktable has as an import. And you can input your thing straight from there, because Darktable hides the naming patterns. I don't remember where. I think it's in the preferences. It should be in import. Yes, it's here. So that has no business in there. One of the big thematics, one of the big projects that I've done in Ansel was actually removing a lot of preferences. So there are a lot fewer preferences, because most of the preferences they were added contextually where they are needed. So that's here in import for the import, parameters. You have them right when you need them, where you need them, and not polluting your interface all the fucking time. So then you have export. The export has again been put in a pop-up. So it's just the same module. You still have your presets there, but it will appear in a pop-up instead of polluting your sidebars. The rationale is that export is not part of the workflow, it's the end of the workflow. So it's basically when you have finished your work, and exporting is something you can do and launch before taking a break or doing something else. And so that's the end of the workflow. So we remove that from the actual interface because it doesn't belong there. But the thing is, if you want to, you can keep that pop-up opened and perhaps put it on another monitor. because it doesn't prevent you from using the rest of the software. So it can sit there forever and it's not obtrusive in any way. So you get your recent collection as usual. Copy, so all the basically the digital asset management, they are there. Create a blended HDR, which I believe was somewhere well hidden. I don't even remember what it's in here. Action on selections. Create HDR. I mean, why not at that point? You have the option to resynchronize the local copies, so one way or the other, remove, etc. So pretty basic here. In edit, you have all the options to copy and paste with the history pasting mode. So the history pasting mode was redone. I have a full article on it somewhere in the news. History merge made robust and predictable. So I explained the details. But basically, when you copy and paste a development, so Ctrl-C to copy and Ctrl-V to paste, you will be prompted with a pop-up asking you in which mode you want to copy things. So you have a prepend, append, and replace. So basically, the history will be applied in different order, and this order will change how conflicts are resolved. So, for example, if your original and destination picture, they all have an exposure instance with different settings. If you prepend, then the original keep its version of exposure, and if you append, it's the source that will override the original. So that's it. And you have replace. And you can also choose to apply the pipeline order. And when this is done, there is a check. So what I did is, so the backstory to this is the copy and pasting, copy paste, and the styles as well, they date from an era where the Darktable pipeline was not reorderable, and also there were no multi-instances of modules, which means that copying and pasting was pretty much a game of overriding the modules. And then it was extended to multi-instances at a time where all the instances of one module had to sit one after each other. So there was an unknown regarding the number of instances, but there was a constant, which was the position of the module itself, the type of module in the pipeline. And then the pipeline was made reorderable by users, but the copy and pasting feature was never updated to that. And the only way to so the issue is once you convolve the ability to reorder the pipeline, then it's not merely a matter of merging histories. You also have to resolve the position of the nodes in the pipeline. And this is basically called an acyclic directed graph, or directed, I never know. But anyway, that's the big math term to say it's just a sequence of stuff that depends on other stuff. So you define each step with the previous step upon which it depends. And so for this, you need what we call a topological sort algorithm that will resolve the issues. And remember, I said directed acyclic graph. There are situations in which you see here, I'm trying to paste the module order, and the destination has what is it? Diffuse and sharpen before color calibration, and the destination has it after. So this cannot be satisfied because we have a cycle. So that would be a cycle, and so the cycle is detected by the new revamped algorithm that I wrote, and so you are prompted with basically what strategy you want to solve this conflict. So you can preserve the destination or preserve the source, whatever. But basically, this would not be caught by Darktable, which would do whatever and certainly not tell you what's happening. So let's say we preserve the destination, but then we have yet another cycle. And so basically, this is not feasible. We cannot perform. There is no mathematical solution to merging these pipelines together. So that's fine. What you have now is the history merge report. And that tells you, so you have one column, that's your original picture. So before you do anything. On the source, that's what you copied. And then the destination is the result of applying the source over the original. And remember, it was in append mode. So it tells you you have a legend here. So it tells you that we will insert the color balance 1 instance. And we see that it has an asterisk. So we know that it also has a mask. And it shows you that the contrast equalizer will change rank, change order. So basically, it gives you a full preview of whatever is going to happen even before you apply it. So you still get a chance to revert it. But you also get a chance to reorder by drag and drop your destination pipeline. So you not only you have a detection of failures, you are prompted with strategies to solve the failures, but at the end, at the very end, you can even correct things manually before, and this is a big time win because back in the days when I did a lot of photography, I used very heavy retouching with retouching stacks with many modules, instances of modules, and masks and so on. And merging, copy pasting always gave me weird and unpredictable result, and for the longest time I wasn't able to figure out why until I look at the code and flattened the constraints and looked up the mathematical theory of solving directed acyclic graphs. And then I understood that what Darktable is doing is completely unsafe and unreliable, and basically you are only hoping that things will go right. So as long as you copy paste histories and pipelines that only have one instance of modules, you're fine, you're safe. If you have multi-instances but they still sit at their default place in the pipeline, then you're safe again. But as soon as you start going freestyle and actually using the capabilities of the software, then it's completely unreliable and has not been made more reliable since then. I mean, the ability to reorder the pipeline has been introduced now 8 years ago. And right now they are introducing AI, masking AI features, so basically candies and gadgets, but they still haven't fixed like the backbone of the software, which is managing editing histories and merging editing histories in a safe and reliable way. So anyway, that was a big project earlier this year. And in case you are copy-pasting things in batch, so you have the option to not ask again, so it's not too annoying to check every picture individually in the batch. So here I will revert, but that's just to show you that you're basically safe with your data now. and in case of any problem, then you are informed of the problems, and then you are prompted for the strategy of resolution, and then you still have a third stage of manual unchecking before. So what I was about to say is, in Darktable, before, you had to copy and paste first and then open the picture in the Darkroom and remember what you did on the previous picture, and check that the result was fine in the destination. So now you have all the columns side by side, and you can see what's actually happening, which I believe is the least you can do in a software. So you get your history pasting mode and node pasting mode. So the prompt, there is an option to remove. Okay, it lost. Control C, Control V. So yeah, this prompt, you can disable it, and if you disable it, then you will find the options in here in the menu. So the prepend, append, replace, and whether or not you want to import the module order. As usual, loading histories from XMP, creating new histories, so that's nothing new. Preferences and keyboard shortcuts. So the keyboard shortcuts, they have been entirely remade because Darktable is completely non-understandable. So it's there. Oh my god. So I've never seen such a UI. I mean, you don't understand anything. The effects, the elements, I mean, come on. Stop it already. And you, my god, and you even have the docs, documentation inside the pop-up. So that's just non-understandable. I mean, there's no logic in there. I don't understand shit. So basically, I redid the whole thing. Now you have the global shortcuts that are tied to the global menu. And they are, sorry, let me show you. So all the menu, all the global actions that are tied to a global menu, you still have the reminder of the shortcuts in the menu as is usual. It's nothing fancy. I just used GTK the way it's designed to be used. But then you can quickly assign and delete shortcuts, and it tells you what shortcut it is. You can search shortcuts by keys, and you can search shortcuts by, oh yeah, and you can also use the modifiers. So if I'm able to find the right key with only one hand, oh my god. Right, so you have auto completion in there. And then, so the global actions are tied to the global menu, and then you have one family of actions tied to each view. You have here locked shortcuts. So these are just like a documentation within the application. And these are generic application-wise shortcuts, and they are provided here as a cheat sheet just to provide guidance. So these you cannot edit or delete them, but then the other ones you can delete them if you want. And the rule is you can assign the same shortcuts more than once. So the way it's done is we first resolve the shortcuts from the family that belongs to the current view. So right now we are in Lighttable view, so we would resolve the Lighttable shortcuts first. And if the combination of keys that you just typed doesn't match anything in the Lighttable family, then we will move on to the global family. So it will allow you to have an override mechanism that goes from specific to global. So the specific shortcuts can override the global shortcuts. So that's pretty much all we have to say. And these are also to be found here in the search action, which is the same thing as the palette in Visual Studio Code, if you are used to that. So this is not only a search engine for shortcuts, it's also a search engine for modules. And you can directly trigger the actions from the window. So for example, if I want to move to the end of the Lighttable, Lighttable. No, sorry, it's where. Okay, go to the end, and if I click there, nothing happens. Nice. Okay, now it happens. So there are obviously some glitches, but you get the idea. If I want to go to the start, it's exactly the same. Right. So it works on keyboard, but it's a bit flimsy on the mouse. I don't know why. That's something to investigate. But anyway, so this is both, at the same time, it is a search engine for shortcuts. The ones that are assigned, the ones that are not assigned. And you can trigger actions that don't have a shortcut assigned at all. And so the path gets you the tree, actually. It's a tree. So yeah, that's a search engine and a kind of Vim shortcuts in the same feature. And you can still have the full list that you can browse. So there is that. Selection, nothing fancy except the scroll back to selection. So scroll back to selection is something useful when you are in a very large selection and you scrolled very far away from your original picture that you cared about. So you get lost in the grid and then you can scroll back easily to where you were. Image, nothing fancy as well. You can rotate, you can apply color labels, you can apply ratings, you can reload EXIF metadata from rereading the file. Group image and group images. Styles I already showed you, so it's the same. You have another set of options for the history pasting mode because you might not know it, but applying a style or copy pasting a history is exactly the same thing. As far as we are concerned, it's just merging one history into another. The difference is that copy pasting will sample the history from another picture, and then the styles, they will fetch the history from the database, but it's conceptually the exact same thing. It's just merging histories within each other, which means that I rewrote the whole thing, and now the styles and the copy pasting, they use the same code, which will make debugging and finding issues much more easier than if we had two completely different paths to handle both, because again, anyway, it's the same game of merging histories. So you have styles have their own settings for history mode, pasting mode, and nodes pasting mode. You can create a new style from the selected picture, and managing styles, I already showed you. It's the same module as in Darktable, but in its own pop-up. The run menu is very interesting because these are features that in Darktable were very well hidden and often accessible only through a very cryptic shortcut, so only to the ones who know. But also some of them were not even in the main software. You had to start a sub-program in terminal, so they were not accessible for the general audience. So the clear Darkroom pipeline caches is to completely, as the name suggests, clear the Darkroom cache. This was used 2 years ago as a mitigation strategy when I redid the whole architecture of the pipeline and of the cache. So it helped dealing with corner cases where stuff went south. Now it's not that useful, but still you can, if you want to reclaim some RAM, then you can remove that. You can clean the caches. You can preload the selected thumbnail. So this was a much asked feature, and it's actually possible to do it in Darktable, but you have to call a subprogram, very well hidden, as I said. I don't remember how it's called, but preload cache or whatever. So you have it here, and you can select the size of the thumbnail that you will generate. And this is useful, obviously, when you have a very weak hardware and you are preparing a culling session, so you can pre-render all the thumbnail to do your culling ahead of time. So that might take an hour or two, depending how many pictures and what kind of computer you have. But during that time, you can do something else. You can go exercise or take a break or whatever. And then when you come back, you have everything ready for your work. So it's very nice. And so you can manually choose the size up to which you want to render the pictures. And they will be rendered to the disk cache. I believe you have to have the disk cache option enabled, by the way, but I think that overrides it. I don't remember. But anyway, and for the current grid size, so that's basically computing the current size for your grid, your Lighttable grid display. Purging the selected thumbnail from the cache. So as the name suggests, in case you have a mismatch or you have invalidities or any kind of issue with thumbnails that are not up to date, you can simply purge them, and that will also reclaim some disk space for your cache. So it will target only the selected pictures. So you have to select first the ones you want. Defragment the library is, as the name suggests, some sort of optimization of the library database that is performed to reclaim some space on the disk and also speed up things. Backup the library, same. So that's usually tasks that are performed regularly when you open or close the software. Resynchronize library and XMP. So that's when, for example, your XMPs are on a remote storage and you are working on your library locally, so you force overwriting the XMP files from the database. Actually, I have to check because I don't even remember. Let me see. GUI actions run. Okay, that was the other way around. So the save selected development will save from library to XMP, and the other way around, the resynchronized library in XMP will be from XMP to library. So that label is shit, and I should change that because that's really not helpful. Display, as usual, so you can choose the monitor color profile, the monitor color intent, which actually doesn't change anything. I mean, we might as well delete this option. So the backstory is, for the perceptual intent to work, you need to have a special field in the ICC profile, which is called the A to B and B to A field. And basically this field defines a vendor transform, vendor lookup table that makes all sort of non-disclosed trade-offs regarding how you compress the gamut. And these tables, they are usually defined only for profiles that go from sRGB to Adobe RGB or like very standard profiles. So typically if you calibrate and profile your monitor yourself, then you will never have these. But if you don't have this special lookup table inside your ICC file, you can forget the perceptual. It will actually fall back to relative colorimetric. So I've never, I mean, there is a difference between saturation and relative colorimetric. There's a I've never been able to actually spot visually a difference between relative colorimetric and absolute colorimetric, but the perceptual is actually discarded pretty much all the time because there is just not the required data embedded into the ICC profile, so that option could work. Panels, so you can show and hide the different panels in the software. Thumbnails overlay, so you can always hide or always show, like this, whatever float your boat. You can collapse the grouped image, so in this case you only see one image per group, which is what we call the group representative, and then you'll see that the current is the leader and you have two other images from this group, which are duplicates in this case. In display, you also have now the ability to select the thumbnail source. Previously, that was hidden, as usual with Darktable, in the global preferences, which is really not where you need it. And this gives you the ability to change what you are seeing as thumbnails in the Lighttable. So you can change this option at runtime. And this is meant to, well, that's interesting. Yeah, so this is meant to help culling with computers that really can't handle a lot of data in a very short time. You can use the embedded JPEG if it is if the file format supports it, so have an embedded JPEG, and that will give you a much faster browsing and culling, because basically Ansel will not render the picture from the RAW. But there's something new in Ansel. It's that the embedded JPEG will also use the sidecar JPEG if there is one. So if you shoot RAW and JPEG on your camera and then you import both on your computer, usually the imported JPEG will be higher resolution, and on some older camera models, the thumbnails that is embedded inside the RAW file is very low resolution. So to handle these cases, we try to use the sidecar JPEG if there is one, and then we default and fall back to the embedded JPEG if there is one, and there is no, and when there is none, for example for DNG or formats that we don't support, then you will see these skulls here. But there is a caveat to that. It's that when you change the mode, then we completely nuke the disk cache for the rendered images. And that's a shortcoming of the current architecture, which doesn't allow us to keep track of ties between mipmap, so the cached images on disk. If I wanted to fix that, I would have to change the database formats of Ansel library, which then would remove the compatibility with Darktable 4.0. So for the sake of keeping compatibility, this feature will have to wait for a later version. So major versions are allowed to break compatibility, but within minor versions, we need to keep the database unchanged. So that's why this feature didn't land so far. But I think it's a good thing that you can drive this option from the GUI, and it will be reused to reprocess in real time your wall collection. And you can show or hide the group borders. So that's the orange borders that go around the groups. And you also have a highlight when you actually highlight them. Full screen, so I will not present that. And then the ateliers. So that's basically this annoying thing here with half the options as a kind of list and the rest as a combo box that takes up way too much vertical space. So you have them here. And so the Darkroom is accessible from hitting the return enter key, and the Lighttable is accessible from any other view by hitting escape. So you can go back to the home by hitting escape, or you have this home button on the right here that gets you back to Lighttable very quickly. And then the help, so you'll play with that. Great. So the filters are pretty straightforward as well. You have an option to refresh the current list. So the reason for this to exist is because, for example, if you list all the, let's say, I will remove, okay, I will not show the 5 stars. So this means I will show 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, but not 5. And then I will show unstarred pictures. And here I hide the rejected pictures. So if I attribute 5 stars to this image, you see that it's not evicted directly from the current view. And that's because it's very annoying, especially if you misclicked. So your picture could be lost somewhere else. And I know there is the undo redo feature, but not many people are aware that undo and redo is also tied to rating and so on. But anyway, it's just annoying to have the view shift without you knowing. So you need to hit the refresh to actually handle it manually. And it's tied to Control R shortcut, like Control Reload in any browser. And you can also, of course, edit this shortcut. Then you have the filters. So I already mentioned the filters, they work in a toggle in, toggle off. So it's include or exclude. If you include, then you show, and if you don't include, then it's not shown. So it's very easy. They work as an OR statement. So in this configuration, you will show everything. You will show all the pictures that have no rating, or 1 star, or 2 stars, or 3 stars, or 4 stars, but not 5 stars or rejected. And then you have the colors. So the first one is unlabeled, and then you have all the labeled colors. And between groups, so you have groups. The first group is rating. The next group is color labels. The next is edited or unedited. And the final one is restrict to selection, so I will explain that later. But they work as AND between groups. And within groups, it works as OR. So we are currently showing pictures that have anything but 5 stars and a red label. So that's it. Next, you have unedited image and edited images. So if I show only the unedited images, I only have this one. You have a way to re-enable or re-disable everything by right-clicking on any of these icons, and then you can quickly re-add all the filters, because otherwise it's a bit annoying. But here I will do it manually because I don't want to see the rejected ones. And so the restrict to selection. So the restrict to selection in Darktable, you have this silly. Where the fuck is that? Oh my fucking god. Right, it's there. So you have this silly culling mode. Let's see. That's funny. I will explain later what this is, but that comes from Ansel. That doesn't come from Darktable. So that's funny. Anywho, so this view is basically putting an arbitrary number of pictures next to each other in the goal of selecting the one that you will keep and the one that you will not keep. So selecting keepers. And the reason to select keepers is sometimes the pictures that you want to assess or evaluate are not sitting next to each other in the Lighttable. So you kind of want to redo the whole layout and just target whatever you wanted. So here, for example, I have this and this. And the way it's done in Ansel is that we will just arbitrarily restrict to the selection. So it's not a separate view, it's just a filter. We narrow the set of images to the one that we previously selected. And when you exit the mode, then your selection is preserved and you are seeing the previous collection. So this shit here is coded over 1,400 lines of C code, if I remember correctly. And it's a real nightmare because then there is the CSS styling, so all the rules defining how it should look like, and it's another 1,000-something line of code, and it's simply unmanageable and unmaintainable. And the similar feature in Ansel is like 150, which is 10 times less, and it's embedded into the usual filtering API, and you don't have to have another completely different view. And anyway, because Ansel doesn't have the right sidebar, you still have a lot more space to display your pictures than Darktable anyway, so you don't really need another special view. Anyway, that's just a proof that complexity will trigger more complexity if you're not careful. Well, even if you are careful, I mean, carefulness here, care here is to simplify things and stop adding a lot of stuff, especially when it's not needed. So sorting by, as usual, nothing new. Search by text search. So it's the same as in Darktable, I believe. No, they removed the text search, so I don't know. Maybe it's in the collection filters. Yeah, I have no idea where you are supposed to input text to search, but anyway, in Ansel, it's right there, like in any web browser. Then you have the thumbnail menu, which will show you, so you can overlay the focus zones. In Darktable, it's a shortcut that is not advertised anywhere unless you read the doc. So here you have it. And then you can overlay the focus picking as well. And you can also fit the zoom, so you can zoom 100% and you see it will be magnified. And you can move the content. And if you hit Control while moving, sorry, it was not Control, it was Shift. But if you hit Shift while you drag and drop with your mouse, then you are moving the whole thing. So again, this was a much required feature that Darktable never delivered, but they delivered AI that nobody asked. So that's how you put your priorities, right? And then the columns are, that's something that has always, oh, they moved it, they removed it because there was a range selector before, anyways. It was really cumbersome and not really practical. Oh boy. So it was, no, I'm in culling mode. Oh, for fuck's sake. So here you can just select how many columns you want in your Lighttable. So a couple of things here. You see how responsive the Lighttable is, even though the pictures are computing, so it's technically not rendering. It reacts pretty fast. And you have to remember here, I have Ansel and Darktable and the screen capture and VS Code and a web browser. And it's still, where am I? I'm like pretty much saturated in memory here. But images are rendering. But while images are rendering, I can still pretty easily browse up and down, and the UI is not stuttering. Now try the same thing in Darktable, and you see how much it will stutter. Oh, we got it in a good mood now. So the Lighttable has been entirely rewritten. It's much faster, and during the rewrite process, I found architectural mistake in Darktable code where the UI was actually waiting for the pipeline. It was competing for some locks for the cache, the image cache. So basically, to access the metadata of pictures, it had to lock a cache, and the pipeline doing the rendering of the thumbnails were locking the same cache. So there were a situation in which both the GUI thread and the pipeline rendering threads, even though they are parallel and they are supposed to work at the same time, they were actually waiting for each other because they had to lock the cache. And that was well buried in the spaghetti code that Darktable has become. And so I found it by accident because I did everything by the book, and the by the book was still very slow, and the Lighttable was not behaving as smoothly as the theory said it should have. And so I kept investigating, and eventually I found out that the way Darktable threads are handled is just subtly and deeply broken, and they will not find the issue because it's way too complicated. I mean, it's something I found after several rounds of simplification and cleanup, so I don't expect them to find that anytime soon. So anyway, that's much faster. And by the way, just for shit and giggle, so I will close Ansel, and then I will reopen it when it's done. Computing things. Yeah, finish. Okay, good. So I will restart Ansel, and you'll see how fast it loads. Right, so it loaded in 3.75 seconds. So this number is the timestamp from the time the application was reloaded. And then restart. Try again with Darktable. Oh yeah, Darktable cannot be locked because it still has background job. Oh my god. So that might take ages. So by the way, Ansel has a kill switch mechanism. If there are thumbnail pipelines that are rendering when you ask the application to exit, then we have a mechanism to kill the pipelines and actually shut down the application. You see that it was fairly fast before when I closed Ansel, even though it had background terminal rendering jobs. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Okay, I will end it if I can. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, and they call that a stable software. So I don't know. We will wait a bit. But in my tests, so right now it was 3.75 seconds it took to load with all the shit that my computer is currently running. But in my tests, I noted that typically, where are they? It takes me about 2 seconds to load Ansel from booting the app until the time where, you know, the whole thing has settled. And on the same collection, so the one you saw, it takes about 7.5 seconds. So substantial difference. And you see now that this very stable software, I cannot even kill it. Fucking. And it doesn't even appear in my application manager, so it's really something. I cannot kill this fucking application. I mean, I don't know how they managed to do that, because that's not the first time it happens to me with Darktable, but I've never seen this problem with any other application. So when I'm saying this is not stable software and it's getting worse by the year, I'm not making shit up, you know? Like, I've thought this software for a very long time. It's not getting any better. Okay, so last chance, I will just close the tab, hoping. Oh my god, that was the only way. So, back to restarting this shit, just to see the runtime. They have a nice little splash screen, which is admitting that it will never be fast. And you see that it takes 6 seconds under the same conditions than Ansel before. Same condition as Ansel before. So Ansel was below 4 seconds and Darktable is at 6 seconds. And when there is nothing else running in the background, I found it was even slower. But I think that was Darktable 5.0 and this is Darktable 5.4. So maybe they improved some stuff, but it's still like at least twice as slow as Ansel. Moving on to the thumbnails. So you have an option on right click. Yeah, there's something else I need to show before. So when you hit the Alt button, you get the overlays and some technical information about the files. I was torn because in Darktable you have options to overload the thumbnails with a lot of textual information, and I find that takes a lot of space, and I don't like it, even if it's an option and an alternative mode. I don't want too many options and alternative modes in the software because it's a nightmare to maintain. So I found this. When you hit Alt, the key Alt, gives you the alternative view and you see more information. And if you right click, you get also information in here. And you can assign color labels from there because only the stars can be assigned from clicking on the thumbnails. And the color labels, they are too small, and I didn't find a way to make them selectable, actionable. So the solution I found was to put the color labels into the context menu. And of course you can set the color labels from the menu as well, and from the where are they? And from the keyboard shortcuts F1 to F5, then F6 to clear the ratings using the usual number keys. And you also have a preview window. This is quite interesting. This is meant, so again, this is a permanent pop-up, so you can keep it open for as long as you want and keep using the software in parallel, and you can move it to another monitor or display if you want to. And this is meant for when you edit batches of pictures, series. Typically you edit the first picture of the series and then you get the look right. And what you do next is to copy and paste the settings to the rest of the batch. But it turns out that perceptual uniformity is a bit more complicated than just copy pasting settings. And it depends also on, the background, the ratio between highlights and shadows and so on. So even if you copy and paste the original look that you are happy with, it will not be enough, and there will still be some eyeballing and manual corrections. So in this situation, you can take a visual reference of your picture. So let's see here. And you can move that and resize it the way you want, or even hide it if you don't need it anymore. And that's a very convenient and unobtrusive way to keep a visual reference of anything you want. So yeah, was something I needed for a very long time. And then the show active modules will just print a list of active modules, and that's more meant for debug when you are trying to spot the common failing module between several failing pictures, but that's mostly to produce bug reports. So in general use, that's not super useful. And then, so the Lighttable, there is no back panel either, so everything is there. And when you put that in full screen, you also get the window buttons to close or minify, what's the term? Iconify, I don't know, the application, so you can still control everything. You have here the search, the info bar that you can configure from the preferences, and it's, I don't remember where, oh, it's there, pattern for the image information line. So that's it. And that's pretty much it. So moving on to the modules. The first one is the library, which Darktable called collections, and then nobody understands what a collection is, and a film roll, and nobody understands what a film roll is, and what's the connection with the folder, and what's the difference with the folder, and then people, they wonder, how the fuck do I create a collection? Because they mean collection the same way as Lightroom does, and Lightroom means, by collections, Lightroom means just an arbitrary set of pictures that you curled and grouped together. And Darktable has a way to do that internally, but it's really the worst UI to do so. Oh my god. And the history is what? That's the recent collection. So that's the thing we put in recent collection here. Anyway. So collections, folders. Basically, this is the collection module of Darktable that was heavily rewritten, not entirely, but mostly. And you have the main view is the folders. So the folders, you can display them as tree or as list. So that's it. You can choose to include the subfolder if you want to. So it means that if you select images, then you will get all the pictures from images and its subfolders. Otherwise, you get only the straight content. So you can see me playing various instruments, and you can see Antiope, my cat. That's always nice. But that's it. From there, you can right-click, and you can also trigger the pre-rendering of thumbnails straight on the target folder. You can relocate, and you can remove from library. So this was taken from Darktable, I think. I don't remember if they have that. You can change the ordering. Now, the collections. So the collections, they are basically done by listing all the pictures that have some sort of tag attached. So that's how we do it. And it's called collections because that's the feature that people expect when you say collection, even though for us, it's just listing pictures which have some certain tag attached. So you have the tags here. And that's it. What could I do? Screenshots. So nothing much to say. In here, you can also delete the tags, rename the tags, and pre-render the thumbnails as well. So this basically, even though it's still the same tag logic as Darktable, it's presented in a much better and user-friendly way. And then if you want more, you have the queries, which is the original collection that nobody understands. So you can overload queries with additional constraints, except that instead of, using the terrible relational algebra symbols, I've used plain words. So you can have and or excepts. And now there's nothing in the picture. So bad me. But basically for the rest, it behaves the same. It behaves the same. You can choose between all the available tags and mix and match. And for those, when I said that these fucking collection filters here, they were turning the software into the most expensive SQL viewer, SQL browser. So if you are into that kind of thing and you are still not happy with the options that we provide, then you can input your raw SQL requests, and the available tables and so on are, of course, fully documented in the user documentation. So you don't have to annoy any of us with adding more shit to that thing. if you really want to go the hardcore way and list things in the most free way, you can edit raw SQL. There is another nice little thing, I think. It's for the dates. So date taken, you have the operators displayed explicitly in the field here in the combo box. So you can make that a bit more explicit, while in Darktable, if you choose, for example, capture date, then you have this combo box that explains to you the syntax, not a combo box, it's a tooltip, and it explains to you the whole syntax. And basically, I don't know anybody who actually looked at this tooltip because people get discouraged earlier. So in Ansel, you just have the operator, and that's it. And you can also, of course, select the dates as well. Okay, so that's it for the library. You can, of course, store presets. So once you've inputted a very long query here and you want to remember it, then you can store it as a preset. Notes. So notes is new. And as everything new, we like it. Notes is basically a way of storing arbitrary text, and it supports Markdown. So it's stored in a sidecar text file that will be named like the picture and saved alongside the picture on the same storage. This sidecar file can be opened with any text editor, but it supports Markdown syntax, so you can edit the Markdown in here. You can add links, you can add images, you see here, from the web or local on your computer, and it will be resolved. But also it's been extended, so if you see here, you have the exif here, and you even have auto-completion. So the exif here, they are the same variables as when you export here, folder, file, etc. Come back, and if you type dollar and parentheses, then you will get also the auto-completion. And when you leave the edit mode and you go to preview, then these fields, they are rendered to the actual value of the picture from which we are attached. And I extended the support to extended Markdown, which supports checklists like that. And there's a little candy because you can check and uncheck the list items straight from the rendered view. So this basically brings from the to-do and the checklist, this brings lightweight project management into Ansel, and you can keep track of where you are in your workflow and what remains to be done on your pictures, or any kind of contact information or stuff that you need to remember, and it will be stored alongside your pictures. So if you are working with more than one people, more than yourself, it will be synchronized wherever your picture is hosted. And you can create presets as well. So there is a default preset that kind of showcases all the available options, but then you can create your own presets. And I think that's pretty nice because, yeah, sometimes you need to remember, like, you did something peculiar, or you changed for example, you changed your picture to print it, so you change your base settings, and then you can forget that this picture has been slightly edited for the purpose of printing. So you can put a memo in there saying, well, this picture is currently in a state of being printed. Be careful if you want to export it again for the web, or things like that. And it's very, low tech. It's just text, Markdown, and if you want, you can grab the text and open it from wherever you want. So metadata, there's not much change here, except perhaps that it lived on the right. What is it? Yeah, it lives on the right, and it's quite cramped, and it gives you a scroll bar, even though you could just increase those things. Oh my god. Let's see how it behaves. Yeah, it's just scaling on its own, using native GTK features, just another day. Yeah, and by the way, all the things now, they can be resized with an active area like that. And so it's been unified across the software, because earlier Darktable introduced a control scroll shortcut to enable resizing vertically the scrolled windows, and that was absolutely terrible. Worst UI ever. The tags now, so the tags, they have been redone as well. You can show them as tree or as list, and then you have auto completion. So I have no idea, Anne-Marie Studio, whatever, and then you add the tags like this, and you can show the system tags. So that's the system, that's the tags that Darktable and now Ansel automatically applies when you import pictures. And so if you display them in tree, that's a bit more clear. And you can sort by name or by count. Not sure that's relevant here actually, but anyway. And if you want to detach a tag, then you can just hit the delete icon, and that's very easy to do and very easy to undo. And remember that in collections, you can also delete and rename the tags. So that's in collections, what you would do is work from one tag to many pictures, and in the tags you will work the other way around, one picture and many tags. So you would spot and target one picture and then keep adding tags on it. And you can also, was it implemented? Did I implement it? I think you can add pictures to tag by drag and drop as well. So yeah, it's there. Yeah, this picture has skulls now because I don't have the hard drive connected. But if I put them smaller, then they are cached. So yeah, you see, this picture, I could add a picture to a tag, aka to a virtual collection, just by drag and dropping. And now I want to remove this. So I have, if I only have one tag, I can click the garbage button here. Otherwise, I have on right click, I can detach all tags. Whatever. Yeah. Okay. So that's it for tags. While in Darktable, you have two windows, one with all available tags, and the window management and the tags management here. And then when a picture has some tags attached, and good luck figuring out what these icons mean, one of them is showing, yeah, Darktable tags. So this is the icon to show Darktable tags, like the first time you see that, I'm sure you will guess that it's to display Darktable system. Whereas, show system tags with a little checkbox. Overall doesn't take much more space and it's way more legible. Yeah, and I forgot. So now managing tags happens in the hamburger menu, manage tags, and again, what Darktable shows you all the time in the sidebar, it goes now in a pop-up. So you can export a list of tags, import a list of tags, and create new tags without necessarily having a picture to tag. And so you can prepare your tags before, and I think you can remove, yeah, you can remove them. But the display has been optimized for the workflow for when you are actually using things, and provided that you don't have to manage your tags all the time. That frees a lot of real estate. Data made GPS, so this didn't change one bit, and EXIF and IPTC is same, just the same as Darktable, so nothing new here. That covers it for the Lighttable. Now let's see one picture to see the Darkroom. So the Darkroom has been entirely redone regarding the layout and regarding the styling. So first of all, in Darktable, you have a problem with modules because you have modules on the right and you have modules on the left. And the modules on the right, they are image processing modules, which are widgets tied to a filter that is sitting somewhere in your pipeline. And the problem is we call them the same name and also they have the same appearance. So they look the same, they are called the same, and it's really just confusing because they really are not the same objects. So I solved that problem in Ansel, and now we call these toolboxes, and we call these on the right modules. And the modules, they are reorderable, and the toolboxes, well, they could be reorderable as well, but they are not tied to your pipeline. So they have a different appearance, and I hope it will help with understandability. Now, you see the stupid icons there that nobody understands, and you have to read the tooltip. Like, I mean, how stupid is it that you use an icon to pretend to be concise and improve communication, and then you have to add a fucking tooltip to explain what the fuck your icon means. So cut the chase and just display plain text. It doesn't take much more space, and the tabs here, you can cycle through them with Alt Tab or Alt Shift Tab like this. So I'm currently hitting Alt Shift Tab and now Alt Tab. So it's completely browsable by keyboard. And when you are in the tab you want, then you can unfold modules with page down and page up. So here is page down. And so you are cycling between modules. And when you are in a module, then you can cycle between controls using control and arrow keys. So control down will target the first control, and then you browse the whole thing like that. And when you gave the focus to one control, then you can change the value with the left and right arrows. And so basically that means that your UI is entirely navigable by keyboard without a single shortcut to remember. And once you reached the end of the tab, so here we are in the scene tab, and you keep going control down, then you move on to the next tab, and sometimes there are glitches in the way I think modules are declared, but overall that works pretty well. And also once a control has the focus, then you can just use the arrow keys up and down, and that is a native GTK feature, but it requires that a control is focused on in the first place. And because that is not guaranteed all the time, there is an Ansel feature that overload this feature, the native GTK feature with control and up and down. For where do I have, like, you see Poissonian here. So once the module is focused, I hit enter, and then I get the choice, and then I can navigate with the up and down arrow keys as well. So just to say that you can completely navigate the UI from the keyboard and access all the controls without having to remember the shortcuts. And so the thing is, the tabs, you can also access them from the menu here on right click, or the arrows in here. And so the module tabs, they are not reorderable because they are not ordered like that by accident. It's been thought to guide the workflow, assuming that we have beginners. And so if you don't know where to begin, the first tab is the whole pipeline, so that's, the whole thing. But from the basic tab, you have to navigate from bottom to top, because it's a layer layout. So we overlay things just like when we paint, we overlay the layers, the codes. And so the thing is, you use the UI. If you use the UI from left to right on the tabs, and from bottom to top within the tabs, then you're safe. You're guided. It's the recommended, it's the advised workflow, and you should be safe most of the time. So this is meant to guide people and to provide an entry path into the complexity of the software. That's one thing less to care about. What should I show next? So the modules have not changed much. The modules are still Darktable 4.0. So there's not much to say here except for the look. So when a module is focused, you see that the other ones, they get dimmed. That was a usual complaint of users because the UI is so crowded that you don't know where you are. You just get lost. So to alleviate this issue, to mitigate this issue, now you have one module opened at any time, and when you open it, it will automatically scroll the panel to be fully visible, but the other modules, they will get dimmed as to improve legibility. So that's it. And you see that so the masking and blending has moved to the left, instead of going at the bottom of each module. And this is obviously because we have very long modules like color balance. So this is to ensure that they will fit. So right now I'm on a laptop, 15 inches laptop. And so the contract was that modules, they need to fit vertically on a 15 inches laptop, which I believe is the low end of what you can consider reasonable to edit pictures. Maybe 14 inches would be still acceptable, and 14 inches would still fit most of modules within the viewport. But then the goal is to have everything within the viewport. So the masking and blending moved to the left. The other reason is you see that. So let's say exposure here, you have these, again, shitty icons. And if you choose the drown, so you see that even for a very small module like exposure, you cannot fit the whole set of options within the viewport with this fucking histogram, fucking vector scope in the way. So you have a problem even for the very short modules. And you also have the mask manager. So let's say I create this here, and then I get, if I want to, for example, so I want to change the way the two drawn masks are combined. Well, I don't have any other way than going to the mask manager here and change, like, oh my god, and change that, for example, into difference. So I change how the masks are combined. So anyway, this is a shitty design because, first of all, it takes a lot of vertical real estate. But then if you actually want to, use the whole thing with all the capabilities it has, then you need to go to the mask manager anyway. And it has these stupid properties in here, which are the only way of changing the properties of the form without using, oh my god, and it doesn't say selected. I mean, I cannot select that and keep the selection active. I have to hover it. I mean, the fucking hovering paradigm in Darktable has gone way too far. Anyway, let me show you how it's done when you have a brain. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, so you enable masking in here, and you don't have cryptic icons because cryptic icons are killing kitties, and killing kitties is bad for your karma. So you enable masking and you have everything there, and so you undisable. For historical reason, we have to set that disabled on old edits, and then you I don't know, create your shape like that, and you see that the continuous adding is on by default, and to exit it you hit escape. Then you have already your shapes in here. You can rename the group that is defined by this module, because each module creates a mask group in which we insert shapes. So I can rename that however I want. It doesn't have to be the same name as the instance. And then I can directly, so this one, the first shape cannot have any operation but invert, but I can directly change the operation I want. So let's go for difference. And if I want to remove the shape, I can just hit the button here. So it's less operations. It's fewer operations. And then, so removing the shape from the module doesn't entirely remove it from the pipeline. So I can reattach it if I want to. And I can also completely delete it using the same garbage icon as usual. The icons have been redrawn for the kind of shapes that you can draw. And you have the brush options that can connect to Wacom tablets, so you can map the pressure of your pen here. In Darktable, this option existed, but it was hidden in the parameters, so now you have it straight where you need it. But it doesn't stop here, because if you, first of all, if the continuous mode is active so in Ansel, a shape is selected by clicking on it, and that's a common paradigm. Everything we select is mandatorily clicked or interacted with a key. So you need a hard interaction, because the hover paradigm that Darktable is so proud of using is a liability. It's accidents in the weighting, and I've lost many data, whether editing or metadata on pictures, just because the mouse was hovering the wrong picture and I didn't see it. And also now I have a cat, and the cat is loves to play with the mouse, and so you really need some sort of validation to ensure that the selection is the one you wanted before you perform any kind of destructive write operation. So in Ansel, we ensure that no selection is ever recorded and no write operation is ever registered if you didn't click or hit spacebar or enter key before. But so the selection is remembered. I don't have to hover it. But then there is the right. On the right click, you have a contextual menu, and you can modify the settings straight from there, and you can change the opacity as well, straight from the right click. So if you right click on the shape, you have access to the global parameters of the shape. But then if you right click on the node, you have access to the properties of the node. So you can change it to a cusp, or you can change it. Yeah. You can change it to a round, and you can also change how it's sized. You can change how far the fading is working, like this. So the interpolation of the controls are not always very stable, but we didn't modify that code. That's just old Darktable code, and it might need to be redone one day. What was redone here is not the actual masking back end, it's the front end, so it's the UI, and you can add control click on the line on the segment to add a new node, and then as usual it's available with the other shapes as well, so you can reduce the size, reduce the fading, reduce the opacity, and so on. You can move up and down, because the shapes, they have a height, so they are stacked. You don't care if they don't overlap, but when there is overlap, we solve the mode, the operations like union, intersection, and so on. We solve them by order of vertical stacking. So it behaves like layers. We overlay different shapes and we resolve the whole thing. You get the opacity value for individual shapes in there as well. So I think it's a much better paradigm, and a better control. And also, you don't delete shapes on right clicking on them. You delete shapes by hitting the delete button, or right click and then use the menu. So the drawing, the ability to draw masks is a huge feature in Darktable, and yet it's a second-class citizen, and now they are working on implementing AI masking, which I'm not convinced is useful, because basically the useful AI models are very big and very computationally expensive, so that will be a feature interesting only for those who already have a very powerful computer. And for the others, it's just business as usual, and instead of fixing their shitty GUI and doing like stupid thing. Oh my god! And these icons can't even look at them. So instead of fixing what was already there and make it, you know, more faster to use and more efficient to use and more enjoyable to use, as usual, they chose to go for the sexy, nifty stuff and let the core of the software rot without proper maintenance. There's another detail though. I've sped up, I think that's the right term, sped up, how the masks are rendered, so they are much more responsive. It says when losing control over the shape. Okay, that's turning into a Microsoft keynote. Well, we'll have to figure out this one later. Well, at least these work. Oh yeah, and I have to move that down so I can control this one. But yeah, so I was saying before it crashed on me that it's you see when I move the shape, the UI stays very responsive, and the pipeline is restarting only after I drop the shape, which is sparing a lot of useless recompute. So there is a one of the reasons why I had to ditch the masking icons is because now in Ansel you can use raster masks in combination of all the other masking methods, so you can overload the sub masking features. And obviously if you start adding a button in here for each possible combination of raster mask times parametric masks times drawn masks, then you end up with like 9 buttons, and well, it's already non-understandable with 5, so I'll leave you with the thought. And again, because we use the tabs with actual names, and actually they can be made a bit smaller. Because we use the tabs with full names, it's a lot easier. It takes less vertical real estate. The thumbnail in here can be resized to accommodate whatever space you have. And you see that there are no top toolbar and bottom toolbar, so you have the whole height of your display to fit your portrait pictures. Okay, so let's see. The scopes, they have been completely rewritten and merged with the color pickers. So you have the options in the hamburger menu here, and you can choose where the scopes are sampled. So you can sample the raw image. That was a much requested feature to be able to preview your input. And then you can also choose the output, and you can choose the final display, which is essentially the same but sampled as 8 bits. And then you can choose the display, so you have all the usual. Small thing, the vector scope is zoomable with the mouse wheel, because sometimes you know the chromaticity is not spreading very far depending on the pictures, and so to be able to properly see your chromatic circle, then it's good to be able to zoom in and out, and you can also resize the whole thing here. You will note that when you change so let's go for, I don't know, waveform. Yeah, that's one of those glitches. Yeah, okay, it needed to refresh. Needed a bit of time to refresh the whole thing. So when you change the source, the sampling source, it will not recompute a pipeline. That's because Ansel pipeline cache is actually working. So if I disable a late module, you see that it's nearly instant because only the module downstream are recomputed. And once I have everything in cache, it's instant because everything is still in cache, so there's no recomputation when I enable and disable. And same with color calibration, so it computes on the first time, and now it doesn't recompute. So basically the cache has been fixed by completely redoing the pipeline architecture. It's been simplified a lot. And so now we have a cache for the RAM and the VRAM. So it's cached on two levels. It's cached on the RAM for general purpose buffers. And if you are using OpenCL on GPU, then we also cache the GPU buffers. So it's nearly instant. And that's why when you color pick, you see here there is no pipeline recomputation. Whereas in Darktable, if I was to color pick in here, it will relaunch. Oh, it's quite fast actually. They might have finally solved it. Although no, because wait, yeah, that's a trick because they sample at the far end of the pipeline. So if their cache is kind of working, it's hiding the fact that it actually recomputes, but only from the end. So anyway, here there is no recompute at all, and it's really instant to sample back and forth. And if I want to sample, so the thing is, the scope and the color pickers, they work in the same color space, and you don't have the option to select the color space because the color space is mandatorily the one that is used at the stage where you sample it. So if you sample the raw image, you are in raw RGB space. If you sample the output, you are in display color space. And the reason is Darktable has the stupid option of allowing you to color convert the histogram. And the problem is, because it is sampled in a display space, the gamut might be clipped in display space. So if you then convert to a larger gamut, for example, if you display your histogram in Adobe RGB or Rec 2020, then you are artificially expanding the gamut, but expanding a gamut that was already clipped. So what you are seeing is basically undefined. I mean, you don't know what you're seeing. So in Ansel, we don't do that. You just see what it is, and if it's clipped, then you see the clip data, and we don't try to expand the gamut to pretend, or like we don't manipulate things. So the color space is the one where you sample the data, and that's it, because any other conversion would be actually misleading and just wrong on a conceptual level. History of changes, nothing much. It's the same good old thing, except that the history compression moved to the edit menu, because it's available also in the Lighttable view. So since it's a global option, it goes to the global menu, which allows to remove the button here and the option to create a style. So if you want to create a style, you go to styles, create a style, and again, that's the same button whether you are in the Lightroom or in the Darkroom, in the Lighttable or in the Darkroom. Duplicates, nothing much happened there. It's still the same thing. Snapshot, same thing. Notes, so you have your notes as well as in the Lighttable. EXIF and IPTC, same thing. If you want to export, it's still the pop-up. So nothing much changed here. Now let's see the toolbar here. So the first button is, the scene referred workflow is a bit annoying because you have to set the white value in several modules. The reason why you have to set the white value is because whenever we are working with color as color, meaning we use a perceptual uniform color space, we have to at least scale the values, because those spaces, they don't work with unbounded values. They work with bounded values between 0 and 100%. And if you are working in the Darktable UCS 2022 color space that I created specifically for the color balance, RGB, but now it's renamed color balance. So if you are working with this space and you have pixels brighter than the white fulcrum you defined, these pixels, they will go to minus infinity, if I remember correctly, minus or plus infinity, but anyway, they will produce invalid RGB values at the end. And these invalid values will be displayed as either a full white or full black. So you have to adjust the white fulcrum in color balance and in many other modules. So you have to do it in split toning, which is a new module. You have to do it in color primaries, if I recall correctly. Yes, you have. And you have to do it in color equalizer. So that's annoying to set manually all the way. And the problem is you cannot initialize the preset with proper values, because at the time where we initialize the module presets, default settings it's actually the default settings. The default settings are initialized before we have a pixel pipeline, at a time where we only have access to the EXIF of the picture. And the EXIF of the picture, they don't hold any kind of useful information regarding the white point, even though that's technically a thing. It's in the EXIF standard, but the camera manufacturers choose to not use it, so there is nothing we can do about that. So because of that, I've created this option. If you right click there, you can choose which modules you want to auto set. And the nature of the auto set is basically that we will try to find the maximum RGB and use that as a preset. So I don't know, in color balance, you see it adjusted the white fulcrum just a bit. And that will be done by actually reading the RGB values of the picture. And for the exposure, we will match the exposure against the target lightness. So you can choose, the way it's done is we compute the average of the picture, and then we try to match the average to the specified target. So if you put that to 50% and you redo the whole thing, you should get slightly, oh yeah, and this is a masked instance, so obviously the result is a bit unexpected. I mean, it's not meant to work like this, but you get the idea. And Filmic the same. Filmic, we will set automatically the black and the white relative exposures, and for the color calibration, again, it's in the spot color mapping that you define the target of your white balance. So if you don't want a white balance that is fully neutral, you can target something a bit more amber, for example, and the automatic settings will nail the settings here such that we reach the specified target for the average of the picture. And on right click, so you see all the different instances are available. So you can, usually you want only the first one, and the number here is the number of the instance. So it's a good idea to keep only the zeros instance, but then you can choose to disable some instance. And in this list, you will get only the modules that are already enabled in your pipeline. So For example, right now the color equalizer is not enabled, and I will not see it in there. It will appear only after I enable. So that's a huge speed up if you are working with batch. And I think it's great that it takes into account the exposure, the spot exposure and the spot color balance, because that lets you choose your targets, and it's a bit more flexible than having a flat gray, middle gray in one case and in the other. So that's a speed up for when you use when you perform batch editing. The ISO 12646 is still there, so no change on that regard. The background here, the display options. So if you right click here, you can change the background lightness. You can dynamically change it. You can dynamically change the picture margins. And you have these options, this option to render the picture scaled for the display. So it means that it's downscaled first, and then we apply all the modules. Or at full resolution, in which case we process the whole picture at its original resolution and downscale it to screen to display resolution at the end. So that's the equivalent of Darktable high quality export. The problem obviously is that if you render at full resolution, then it's very, very, very slow. But the benefit is when you have noisy pictures or film scans with a lot of grain, then whatever is happening at the pixel level will only be accurately previewed at 100%, so at the original resolution. Anything else, I mean the scaling before applying denoising, sharpening, or blurs or so on, it's only a best effort situation, and the display is anyway only reliable when zoomed in and at 100%. So if you zoom in at 100%, you are rendering at 1 pixel, but only a sub-region of the original picture, while if you use the full resolution rendering, then it's the full picture that is actually rendered at full resolution. So the trade-off is, what Darktable used the scaled option for many years. It's good enough in most situations, and probably necessary if you are on a weak hardware. But there's the option to go the high quality way if you find out that your preview is too different from your export, and the issue is on how the grain or the noise is handled. We also have now the node graph. So the node graph is a different way of displaying the pipeline nodes in a node graph, which paves the way for a full nodal editor, because right now the pipeline is in such a state that we can actually have parallel pipelines. We can have derivations in there. So for now, we force to have a linear pipeline, meaning each module output is the input of the next one. But that's actually now, it's only a GUI limitation, because the pipeline doesn't have to. The pipeline could perfectly. So you could imagine, for example, taking data, branching data here from the mosaic, and you would mask some part of the picture and apply a different kind of modules, and then merge back the two branches with some mask and opacity to finally restack the two branches on the same picture. So this is the proof of concept for the nodal editor. It's fairly technical, so this is I strongly believe in interfaces that give you transparent access to the data you're manipulating. And so here you see the kind of data that each module is taking as input and producing as input. as output. So you can see that RAR settings here takes 16-bit integers, 1 channel, RAR RGB, and it outputs 32 bits. So that's the start of our pipeline. And then the mosaic takes 1 channel, 32-bit floats, and turns it into 4 channels, as it should. And you also get the max RGB, so I will not extend explanations on that because it's a bit cryptic and a bit not exactly it's not exactly what it says it is, but whatever. And in this view, you have access to presets, but you also have access to reordering the pipeline by drag and drop. And so this is probably not in its current shape. It's probably not super useful as a using tool, but it's certainly useful as a pedagogic teaching material to explain what the fuck is happening in the pipeline. Because you also have here the color space in which we are. So here we are in RAR, RGB, and then it tells you the exact, we are in sensor RGB. Actually, RAR is not RGB, it's just a single channel. And so it tells you the input color profile that is used. And then it tells you the pipeline RGB, which kind of profile is used. And so that allows to understand in which color space we are at what point in the pipeline. And this is entirely declared from the properties of the modules until you go into the screen. And you can also use the module reordering. Yeah, so this started, this was, initially this was the presets, the module ordering presets. But it doubles with a node graph, and you can reset the pipeline order as well. So the rest is business as usual, that didn't change, so that's clipped stuff. Same. And here you have the mask manager, which is the old mask manager of Darktable, so the one that is here. Except now that this one is mostly redundant with the native options we have for drown masks. But the benefit is it will allow you to have an overlook of your wall shapes for the wall pipeline detached from any particular module. And so you can draw shapes from there as well. So you can prepare, if you are into the workflow where you prepare all your masks before and then attach them later to the modules instead of starting from the modules and attaching shapes, then that's the way to do it. Yeah, the layout of this window is a bit rough, but not very difficult to edit in the future, so that's it. Okay, so I think it's a pretty good state of what changed, what is new. Oh, there's something I didn't mention. So if you attach a keyboard shortcut, for example, to exposure. So let's search for exposure. Exposure is currently attached to Control-Shift-E. No, I want to attach it to E. So, okay, so it's attached to the control exposure from the module exposure. Okay, keep track of things. Just imagine that I'm in another module tab. If I hit E, that gives me straight the exposure module. And from there, you see the control is already focused. So from there, I can just interact with arrow keys in the usual way. So just arrow for the typical increment, control arrow for the fine-grained increment, and shift arrow for the big jump. And that's why there is only one shortcut per control, whereas in Darktable you can define a shortcut to scratch the balls of your controls if you are into that kind of thing. Where are the shortcuts? Do I really want to look for that and enable my PTSD or what? Okay, I was looking for exposure and I cannot find the exposure shortcut, and that's just pissing me off. I mean, how can you fuck up something so simple? That's a mystery to me. But there is another thing. So if you keep the shortcut that we precedently associated to the exposure, you keep it held down and you scroll up or down. You don't have to scroll with your mouse on the module. You can scroll from anywhere, and you see that it will also change the value. So that's a very powerful combination, because even if you don't have the target module visible right now, simply hitting the shortcut and then scroll up or scroll down while the shortcut is held down, and that gives you what many people buy with expensive MIDI controllers or loop deck or gadgets, like the kind of things photographers love, because it's basically more toys. You don't need more toys, you need better, more clever interfaces, and that's how you avoid the need for external specialty keyboards and MIDI consoles just for your editing. You just need one keyboard per one key associated to each control, and then you have access to the controls through arrow keys or a combination of key and mouse scroll. So that's as well very efficient and very powerful. Okay, so let's have a quick look on the new modules that made it into Ansel. The first obvious one is the drawing module. So you can now draw with raster brushes straight on your raw pictures in scene referred linear, and you draw on layers that are saved on a TIFF sidecar alongside your original picture. This TIFF sidecar can record several layers like this. And so you can choose which one you want to display. And you can, because this is a TIFF file, which is completely universal. So it's a 16-bit floating point TIFF, which allows to register scene referred unbounded values. 16 bits because it's a bit more, realistic in terms of saving of space on your file system. But then the benefit is you can also import layers that have been produced by any other software, since it's a pretty universal exchange format, so it's interoperable with the rest of the world. So the thing is, performance-wise, it's not completely finished yet, because while it's still fairly usable, and you see here that we are painting over a picture that is 24 megapixels. So we are actually right now rendering, rasterizing brush strokes on a 24 megapixels matte in real time-ish, in a pipeline that was not designed at all for that. But actually the Ansel pipeline has been redone. So this is one of the nice features of the complete architectural change, is that now we can think about, we can design real-time real-time stuff like that, that still performs quite well and renders almost real-time. So where was I? So regarding the layers, you can display it, you can change the transiently change the background for preview purposes. You can save the current image at the point of drawing within a background layer in the TIFF file, so in the sidecar TIFF file. And this will be useful because if you want to draw a mask in another software, for example, Krita or GIMP, or feed it to an AI to identify the content, then you just export the current image content to TIFF and then use that TIFF as input to do whatever you want, save the output of whatever you want back to the same TIFF and re-import the layer here in Ansel. So it's a pretty universal workflow, unassuming. We just keep using pixels, and in case your original, so by default, the size of the mat, the painting mat, so the layer that we create, they are of the size of the raw image. In case there is a mismatch, we always align on the center of the image, so that's something to know. The painting features, they can be mapped to pressure, tilt, acceleration on the Wacom tablets, and they have different kinds of laws to map them. So this is still a bit rough around the edges, but I think it's a pretty usable proof of concept. Since you are in scene-referred unbounded spaces, you can paint with values, RGB values that go beyond diffuse white. So that would be SDR 100%. You have several modes of painting. So typical paint, erase. So let's show an erase like this. You have blur. So blur is quite slow and it will just blur like that. And then you have smudge. So smudge will drag the color like this. You can choose between different fall-offs. So your brush is more or less feathered. It's a softer brush or not. The size, the sampling distance. So if you use a very wide sampling distance, sorry, it's not, I need to paint something. I need to actually paint something. Okay, let's change the color. So the distance like this, the sampling distance is how far away the dabs are rendered. So at 100%, it's they are rendered one brush radius away. And then if you reduce that here, you'll see they start to overlap like this. You have both opacity and flow. I am at 50% of opacity with a flow of 0. And you see that self-intersecting strokes, they build up opacity as I keep drawing. While with a flow of 100%, there is no build-up. So for the same stroke, we keep the opacity constant. And if I want build-up, I need to add a second stroke on it. So this is the difference between opacity and flow. And that's basically the same as Photoshop. I don't know that there is a similar feature in how it's called, Krita or GIMP. I've never seen the flow mentioned anywhere because they still use the MyPaint brush engine, I think, which is still 8-bit brushes. So we are using 32 bits brushes, which is a lot more expensive on your computer. And then you can also add texture in there. So let's see, I will probably add a bit more opacity. So you have sprinkles. Let's make it. So that will add random texture to your brush stroke. And then you drive the amount. So you can preview your brush in here with the different kind of hardnesses that we have and the different profiles of fall off that we have. So it's a bit rough around the edges. And it's still mostly proof of concepts, but it's also a very good test case for the real-time mode of the pipeline architecture. And I am not too concerned about this module because it produces a rasterized image, which is not re-rendered every time. So as soon as your pixels are saved to the TIFF layer, we can do whatever we want to the actual module, because the actual module is just, you know, the interface to paint. And so the brush library and the way we record the inputs. But anyway, this just shows that it's possible to draw. And that's something I wanted to do for a very long time, because the problem is, so you see the drawing layer, drawing goes before filmic, so we are still drawing in scene referred, and if you export your picture and go work it on Krita or GIMP, then you don't have this ability to have your view transform slapped after the drawing. So here you have everything centralized, and also the brush. The brushes, they are 32 bits floating points, which is not what either GIMP or Krita are doing. And you get the opacity and flow, which again is not supported as far as I know in the open source world. So it's pretty nifty, but it needs a lot of work to make it actually nice to use in production. And the biggest challenge is we paint over very big pictures, and we also have to convert the coordinates of the brush strokes for the raw coordinate space, provided that you could have distortion modules in between. So that's it for the draw layer, the drawing module. Then you have the split toning. So split toning is a new RGB module, and what it does is basically a dual point chromatic adaptation. So you can think of it as a mixed white balance. There is a reason to that. It's that very often we pretend, I mean, in color theory, we pretend that pictures have one illuminant, and the illuminant is usually the light source. So the illuminant is a conceptual object that represents the chromaticity of the light that is blasting photons on your scene. And these lights, there is no white light. It doesn't exist. White is a byproduct of your perception, and it's very contextual to how your brain is reinterpreting color contrast. So there is no such thing as white in nature. But then if you like natural scenes, they typically have at least two illuminants, one for the highlights, which is the primary light source, and another one which is typically the bounce light that will be reflected on surfaces and that will have a higher contribution to shadows. And this secondary illuminant, it's a virtual illuminant because there is no actual light source, but the colored surfaces that may reflect, may bounce light, they will tint the light and they will therefore behave as a secondary illuminant. So the split toning allows you to define, okay, let's hide the drawing layer. where was I? The split toning allows you to define one illuminant for the shadows, and you can pin it wherever you want. So, for example, at -4. So you can go read my article in there, where I explain everything about how the controls are working. But yeah, split toning is basically a color a chromatic adaptation that has two folds, and you blend and mix them together. Color primary is not the same as the Darktable one. It actually defines a... So let me show you the controls. You need to, first of all, fix the white level because it's a color module. The controls, they work in Darktable UCS 2022, and they allow to manipulate the color shifts in a perceptual color space. But then coordinates are converted into RGB, and actually what we build is a lookup table. And you can see here, you have a lookup table viewer that shows you how the colors will be shifted. And so this lookup table, you can drag it to pan it, and then with your mouse wheel, you can zoom in, zoom out by scrolling. And if you keep the mouse, the third button of the mouse, so basically the wheel, push down, and then you drag like this, you are rotating around the whole thing. And you have also controls here. It's very hot and my mouse is getting slippery. So you can control the UI also from sliders in case you don't have access to a third button's mouse. And you can slice the cube, the gamut cube, at any depth that you want, and then take a more or less thick slice to have a better look at what you are doing. So this is showing you what the module is actually doing, and it helps understanding how you affect colors when you are changing parameters. And also you have all sorts of smoothing. So the reason why I have a split workflow where the UI is in a perceptual color space, but the effect is actually in RGB, is that smoothing the effects. You see that here we are inputting a quite sharp correction. And smoothing sharp corrections works much better in RGB than in any perceptual color space. So you get the brightness smoothing, the saturation smoothing, and then the hue smoothing. And then you can also protect the neutral-ish colors more or less. And you see that with all that, your very sharp correction starts blending up much better into the rest of the picture. So even though it's quite a heavy correction, and here we also need to correct filmic because we have pushed brightness quite a lot. Yeah, so it's a dual manipulation. You have one color space for the UI, and we apply the thing in RGB afterwards. And so all the smoothing is done in RGB because it's been proven over years to much better behave. It's easier to blend things in RGB than in any non-linear color space. The nifty little trick is that because we work, then we build a lookup table and we apply a color lookup table. then you can save the color table to a .cube file that you will able to open with any software that supports .cube lookup tables, which are pretty much the standard here. And so you can choose which gamut you want to display, but that's only for the preview. So you see that we are working in a large gamut space, and if we reduce the view to a smaller gamut, then we get a very, there is a whole lot of the cube that we are not using, so the colors are less saturated. The available color is less saturated. So I will let you look into the documentation for more precise guidance. Okay, so let's disable that because that's really ugly. And then we have the color equalizer. So again, it's a lookup table based module, and it's actually not the same at all from Darktable. So the backstory with the Darktable color equalizer is they took my earlier prototype for the module, and the earlier prototype worked entirely in Darktable UCS 2022. The idea for this uniform color space is to try to emulate the darkening that should happen when you saturate pictures. So the Darktable UCS was a color space I designed to properly emulate saturation. And saturation is not the same thing as chroma, even though in common language it's often confused. So let me show you. This is the HSB space, so S for saturation, B for brightness, and this is the GCH, so G for lightness, as the name doesn't suggest, and C for chroma. And you see that as we increase the chroma against a background that has the same gray value as the reference G, so on each of these swipes, you are at constant G, and you see that for the saturation, you can increase the saturation a lot more before it starts looking fluorescent or self-luminous. And the best space is actually the HPW, because it really looks like reflective colors. But then this space is really wonky to work with. And you see the geometry of the gamut here. It's pretty much impossible to work with in a digital image processing framework. The math, they just produce non-valid numbers, and this is really wonky. So we work in HSB, and the thing is, HSB will, when you increase B, it will also darken the colors to avoid somewhat, because it doesn't completely prevent it, but to avoid somewhat the degradation to fluorescent colors. But the problem is, as I mentioned, it's impossible to blend the effect properly. And since the color equalizer is calling for sharp corrections, if you are not able to properly blend the sharp corrections within the surrounding, then you will get chroma noise, you will get color noise, and and halos and fringes and so on. So again, same as the color primaries, which actually went after the color equalizer. So the color equalizer was the initial version. I made this, so the UI is in Darktable UCS, so HSB space, saturation brightness, but then it's converted to RGB, and same idea. You see the lookup table once it's converted to RGB, and it's in the options, you can see that, we'll need to give it a bit more space. In the options, we have the same kind of smoothing of brightness and saturation and hue and neutral protection. And the smoothing is done in RGB because, again, it behaves better. And again, you have the lookup table viewer controls here, and you can save your LUTs in cube file as well. So pretty generic tooling. And this one is pretty robust. So compared to Darktable, you have one saturation, brightness, and hue per brightness value. So that's 9 dimensions. And you can freely move the nodes around. You're not limited to one particular angle. And that's it. So that's a very that's like the former the legacy color zones, except that it works in RGB internally. It uses a lookup table, and it does the smoothing on the RGB lookup table. So in comparison, the Darktable prototype that the Darktable team took from me while it was not ready, but they didn't ask, it works entirely in Darktable UCS color space, so in perceptual color space. And then they tried, actually I tried, and they took it to various strategies using guided filters and so on to try to blend the effects, but none of them really worked outside of a very narrow test case, a set of cases. So that didn't make it into Ansel, but that was good enough for Darktable, so they took it. And we have something better, because we are better. And that's pretty much it, I think, for the color things. There is one new feature that we owe to the current maintainer of Ansel, because I gave up on that fucking project. So Ansel has a new maintainer who is Guillaume, and I will talk about it a bit later. But he did something very cool, which allows for the color checker calibration. Now you can use your own files. So you can put your .cht files into the config file of Ansel, and it's able to use the custom color checker, because earlier we only had only the pre this is hard coded, so the coefficient, they are hard coded in the software, and you cannot bring your own chart, but now you can. So this support is a bit wider, and that's it. Okay, so with everything I learned from undoing Darktable shit in Ansel, I feel like it's more than time to report and summarize all the dysfunctions that I've spotted, both in on the technical part, and on the team management and design oversight in this project that is not getting any better with time. The first issue of Darktable, which was fine in the early days because there were only a handful of developers and they all seemed to know each other and have close, I wouldn't say close relationship, but they all lived on the same time zone, for example. So they were mostly German, Danish, and that makes a huge difference when your primary channel of communication is IRC and it's primarily a real-time communication channel. So the problem is the lack of management, and as the team and the hype around Darktable grew over the years, first when Adobe Lightroom changed the terms of the subscriptions, and then when the COVID hit, there was no attempt at handling the scaling of the team and the scaling of the activity and the noise that it creates. So the first is the technical management. I mean, I just show you some code and you'll understand. Well, I will explain and maybe you will understand. So this is the same function. On the left, you have the current Ansel master code. And on the right, you have the current Darktable master code. And this function is doing the exact same thing, which is driving the pipeline rendering when you are in Darkroom, which is why in Ansel it's called Darkroom pipeline, and in Darktable it's called process image job because, well, why be specific? In Ansel, this function is, if I collapse it, you see I jump from 557 to 772, which makes it a 220 lines function. And you'll see that I've been generous on the commands, so that's a lot of command and not that much of code. The same function is that in Darktable is almost 300 lines. So we jump from 600 to almost 900. So straight away, it's a bit more daunting, I would say. In Ansel, we have the Darkroom pipeline running in an infinite loop, which means that we have a background thread, a background worker that is constantly running in background, and that will be closed when we exit the application. So that's the meaning of that while here. As long as the app is running and we didn't send the kill switch signal, then it's running. And the reason for that is that spawning a thread dynamically has some overhead. And by keeping a background thread always on, we spare a bit of overhead, so it reacts better. But then the problem is we have to figure out when we actually need to recompute, because that's an infinite loop, and it should be escaped or it should be avoided when relevant. So for this, we have a first stage of history to pipeline resynchronization, which is held by this function resync pipe with history. And by the way, we handle both pipelines, so the preview pipeline and the main pipeline, because in the Darkroom you have the navigation thumbnail on the left panel is a different pipeline at a different size than the main pipeline, which displays the center image. But in Ansel, I changed that behavior so that the sizes of both pipelines, they match when you are zooming in the mode zoom to fit, which means that when you enter the Darkroom and by default the picture is set to zoom to fit, then you only have one pipeline to compute, because both pipelines, they have the same inputs and they have the same outputs. So that spares one pipeline to compute just by handcuffing the sizes of both pipes in the main general use case. So for each pipeline, we first resync with history. And the history resynchronization is pretty straightforward. We check if the pipeline hash is up to date with the history hash. So the hash is the checksum, the control checksum. And if it is, then we simply abort now and return false, and that's it. There is no if, no buts, no complex heuristics. The hash is produced upstream. Whenever you change parameters, you commit them to history, and when you do that, the history is updating its own hash, and then the pipeline gets updated too when we resynchronize. So basically, we compute all the ins and all the outs, which means that here there is a little note that says, at this point, we fully know the state of the pipelines. We know the main input and output. We know the per module input and output. We know basically everything. And if some modules are not compatible with each other because their input format is not compatible with the output format of the previous module, they have been disabled already. So here we know that at this point, we know that we can compute, and we know all the ins and outs. The only missing things is the actual pixel buffers. And then we send a signal to all the GUI bits that may be expecting some module output. So that's like the color pickers, the histogram. They might need to sample the output of a particular module. So that's when they get a chance to get the hash, the future hash for the cache line that they will need. And from there, we start the actual rendering. So we store the constant variables of the states we have, and then we run the process. So it's pretty straightforward. And when the process has returned, we de-entangle the cases to figure out what we should do next. And that's it. We send the signals that the pipeline completed, and there is no internal interruption. It runs linearly. There is no output. There is no return. There is no special case. It's a linear procedure. The only non-linear thing is handling flags and updating states and updating the GUI. So you have at most ifs. You have if blocks nested on at most 2 levels within the while. Within the for loop, but the for loop is only iterating over the different pipelines. Where is it? Yeah, so we are only iterating over the different pipelines, so it's not logical iterations, just a sequential one. And the only logical bit is the while infinite loop that gets interrupted. Every step is documented. It's almost as much comments as lines of code, and it's systematic, it's linear, it's easy to understand. Here, good luck. So already the pipeline rendering is doing something with widgets, so it is aware of GUI states. That's not supposed to happen. I mean, the GUI belongs to the GUI layer, and the rendering pipeline belongs to the rendering layer. And first of all, we are not supposed to mix them on a conceptual level. But then GTK doesn't handle writing and reading from different threads. It's not a multi-threaded application. So you would have actually to do that from a GTK context, main context reading, because this is brittle and this is dangerous and this is prone to failure enough. And this thing took me some time to understand, and it has beaten my ass more than once. So then you have a early shutdown. Okay, that's fine. You get the inputs. That's fine. Here you have a first return. So if you couldn't load the image, then you return immediately. Which is weird because then it means that you will never have an image. So I don't know how they handle the fallback, because basically that means that you are leaving the GUI without an image to slap on your widget. So I have no clue how it's handled. You have initial change. So fair enough. Let's say it's initial constant, even though it's not flagged as a constant. And then the first thing you have is this first block of why the fuck are you doing something if the pipe is loading? let's see. You are removing the pipeline nodes, which means the modules, and you are recreating them because the pipe is loading. But in what case would the pipe not be loading? Because in any case, this function is not, the pipeline is not kept. Well, not sure I understand what it does. Then we have this very interesting thing here. If dev is GUI attached. So this was meant this was meant to separate the export threads, the export jobs, between the one that do GUI rendering, so the pipelines that will output their image into the GUI, into some widget in the GUI, and the pipelines that output to a file, whether a thumbnail or a full export. And if you are in this function at all, it should always be GUI attached, because that's the purpose of this job here, which is this function is started as a thread, as a worker, so it's meant to be always run in the case where it is GUI attached. So I really don't understand how they managed to create a case where this could run out of any GUI attached. They would... Ooh, that's cool. So they actually are flushing the cache, like fair and square, just set it in fire, which means that it will not recover the previous states of the modules that were already computed, and they flush it if the pipe is loading. So again, I don't really understand what this means. It was added 2 years ago. Smoothly switch crop on and off. So I believe my feeling tells me, and knowing that guy, that my feeling tells me it's a workaround around the cropping issue, the crop module issue that will increase the size of the region that it needs. So in that case, I suppose they have this special flag to nuke things and handle basically the one case they couldn't solve otherwise, and they are solving it by flushing the whole cache and then setting loading to false loading to false. And well, so that's a first. This is a first special case which does non-uniform thing, and we learned that not all pipelines that will run through this function are GUI attached, which makes no sense because there is another function to run GUI less pipelines, and which is used for thumbnails and exports. So another situation in which they completely nuke the cache, that's as usual. And then you have this tag, which means that we will have a goto. So we have a label. So let's see. So there is one goto restart inside a double nested if, which also returns here. So we restart from there, but we return from there. So it's really unlegible. Good luck figuring it out. And you have a second goto restart, which was added 2 weeks ago, and that's actually the commit that was flagged because I have a web crawler that is crawling every activity that happens on Darktable, and so I saw this in the stack, in the backlog, and I code it because the commit message is very fun. Avoid superfluous pipeline pixel pipe runs, as if you could do that. I mean, you couldn't be able to do that even if your life depended on it. But the commit message was funny, so I opened the code, and then what this commit did actually is adding all this special case. So you see 2 weeks ago. And that's the usual way of handling bugs in Darktable, you add another if within an if within an if, and in the second nested if, or in the else statement, you add a go-to restart. So that's the worst possible way of programming anything. And when I mean, in my mind, when I hit that kind of issue, I know that the issue right there is not that I failed to catch the one special case that was making the whole thing shit. I know that the issue is that the code in the first place is way too complicated. But I'll keep all that for the conclusion a bit later, but let's continue from, so we know that we have to go to restart, and that's where we will restart. But no, we don't quite restart, because if we are leaving the GUI, now we return. So why not, again, put a fucking while loop as I did in Ansel. That's clean, and you have your whole block. It makes you see the whole block that is covered by your while, and it prevents you from exiting the function in many places and having go-tos nested on two levels of if. That's not how you should program, and that's what is taught in school and in many books about coding pattern and programming pattern. That's just like the poster case of what you shouldn't do, especially in C, where you can very easily shoot in your own foot. So we have more Boolean flags, whatever, fine. Pixel pipe change, so that's the same function that we use in here. That's the resynchronization between the history and the pipeline, but you see no documentation. So if you don't know that, and also the docstring of the function is not clear. Wrapper for cleanup nodes, create nodes, sync all. I mean, I just want to know that this will synchronize the history with the pipeline nodes. It's written nowhere. And then there's something I don't really understand why they manage the zooming special case. We don't do that. Why zooming? I mean, zooming is just a way of changing the boundaries of the output image, so it will just change the coordinates. So you just have to check the final coordinates. You don't have to add a special case for zoom in your code, especially because the zooming is a GUI thing. And apparently you have a non-GUI pipe running in there from there as well. So I don't know why zoom deserves a special case. For me, zooming is just a user interaction. And once you've collected the final region, the final coordinate of the rectangle from the picture that you want to display, so the position of the rectangle that you will show in the UI and the size of the rectangle, then you don't have to care about whether it comes from a zoom or whatever. Okay, so we have explicit coordinates next. And again, in Ansel, we put that in a dedicated function here, update Darkroom. So this is, we have one way of computing coordinates that is common to the whole software, and it's buried into its own function. And so we don't need to care about coordinates at all when we are in the actual code for the pipeline dispatch and rendering. So we have a lot of prints here, and we increment the restart counter. So the restart counter, let's see, it's declared here, and it's initialized to 0. But then there is nothing preventing an infinite loop in there. So that may explain the issues I had with Darktable being unable to kill Darktable previously in the video. That might be an explanation because there is no safety jacket to prevent infinite re-entering loops. So basically, a restart variable here is just to inform users that they will have to shut down the app themselves, to kill the app themselves. But then killing, we show what we have seen what it yielded. It's nearly impossible to kill this fucking app when it runs. And so I love these kinds of, in some cases, blah, blah, blah. It's like, first of all here, I don't know what you are checking. So just build a function that says image is something, image is doing something, and then bury all that into this function such that when I read the code, I know that what you are checking, well, there's the name, the variable has a decent name for once, but in general, I just hate that. I use getters and setters, so I have like has preview output, has reentry, and then if the reentry is a bit flag or an enum type, an enumerate type or whatever, I don't care how we check it. I just want the output and I just want the fucking boolean to return. So just bury all the technicality of accessing internal data in some getters that I can, we can forget the data structure later. So again, we have a if image changed. So that means that if the history, no, it's not history because they don't read the history here. So it's something something else changed and we abort right now and we flush the cache. So that's another case where we flush entirely the pipeline cache, so which explains a lot of misfiring and basically the whole thing is useless. And there we also get dimensions, but only if the pipe has been zoomed. Okay, so why you would need a special case of dimension if the pipe has been zoomed, but not otherwise? It's the whole architecture that you have to redo at that point, because it's just like everything is a special case. Again, like when I'm resynchronizing the pipeline, I have update Darkroom region of interest. So ROI means a region of interest. So that's the rectangle that we will print at the end, because when you are zoomed in, you are not printing the whole image, you are printing a region. And you see that I'm able to compute the coordinates without ever checking for whether we zoomed or not. It's just have a scaling factor, and that scaling is indeed set by the GUI. So that scaling is set by the by scrolling or whatever. But then when I'm at the stage of the pipeline, I don't care if the GUI was panned or zoomed or scratched or tickled. I just want coordinates, and that's all I need to know about. I don't need to know the GUI state to compute a fucking rectangle. That's preposterous. And so another special case, in case the pipeline doesn't have a viewport attached, and I'm guessing that they hacked the viewportless, so that would be the non-GUI attached or whatever, because I don't understand this sequence of I mean, the check they do here, they are not uniform, so we are checking something and something completely unrelated and something again completely unrelated. So I don't know. My guess is they hacked in place the viewportless case for a different kind of pipeline, and then instead of writing something clean for that external pipeline, they just kept stuffing the existing functions with more cases. So at the end, you have a very convoluted function. It's fairly long, but I mean, it's still okay. 300 lines is still in C is still okay. But then my concern with that is that you nest checks, you nest if statements on two to three levels. You don't catch infinite loops. You don't prevent infinite loops. You compute coordinates from GUI states that have no business there. And that's the Darktable way of coding, and that's the Darktable way of solving bug. So you put your little special case handler in the condition, trying to detect the condition that created the bug in the first place. And I have removed so many of that shit in Ansel, and mostly by 3 guys, including this one. But they have a way of hiding problems without ever fixing them. At some point, you have to realize that your bug is not buried into the complexity of the software. The software has become the bug. This is not acceptable. This is the backbone. This is the very backbone of Darktable. This is the function that runs whenever we need to dispatch rendering of the main image because the user changed the parameters for some module, or the history changed, or the history there was some style applied or whatever. So that's the backbone of the software. It's the core, it's the heartbeat of the software. And this has been hacked again and again. It's unlegible, it's complicated, and you have go-tos buried that make the whole logic completely ununderstandable. And so I said to the guy, I challenge you to write the flowchart of what this function is doing, because sure as hell I'm unable to do that. There are too many too many cases to cover, too many returns buried. So how many returns do we have here? 1 return, 2 return, 3 return, 4 return, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7 output points in the function. We have a while loop that is posing as a go-to. I mean, this could be rewritten as a while loop. It has no business being a go-to. And you can make that nicer to look at. You can make that easier to read, easier to understand, and also a lot more reliable, because this function is linear. There are no interruption. There are no heuristics in between. The only ifs we have is because we need to selectively update some flag, but it doesn't change the behavior. It doesn't change what we call the control flow. So the sequence of actions is not changed in there. The sequence of action is fully predicted when we look at the code, and we don't need to actually run the thing to guess which path, which case we will take in some situation. So anyway, it was a bit long, but I feel like when I talk about code quality, people are just overlooking that as some sort of, OCD, developer OCD, but that has real effects and real implications on how easy your app is to debug, to understand, and to extend when you want to. So the duplication of, next we have the duplication of features and the reimplementation. So I've not prepared examples here, but during especially the early development, the early years of Ansel, I found by accident many functions that were actually doing the same thing, but they had been re-implemented several times at several places in the code base, and they were doing almost the same thing, but usually with minor differences, which means that when someone reports a bug and the bug affects some part of the code that you know, and you know only of one of the many reimplementations that handle that kind of action, and then you can't make sense of the bug because you know that it's not how the one implementation you know is handling the data. So the one implementation you know should not lead to that bug. So you're like, you're there scratching your head, figuring out why it breaks when it shouldn't, and then that's only after reverse engineering and looking for text into the code base that eventually you figure out there are more than one ways. And I mean, no later than yesterday, I still removed another duplicated way of checking if a file was a RAW file or not. So there were two different ways, and that had escaped my sight until then. But there were two different methods to check if a file was RAW, and they really didn't use the same approach. One was using the file extension, and the other was using a flag that was set by the codecs that are supposed to open and decode the RAWs. And of course, the results are really not the same for DNG file, because DNG files, they can be RAW, they can be non-RAW, they can be anything. That's when following a bug on DNG, on how DNG were handled, that I stumbled upon this inconsistency that was 4 years old. And a good way of avoiding duplication and reimplementation is to have a developer documentation. But, you know, that's not something on the list. That's still not a priority in Darktable, so fuck it, I guess. And then you have the cyclomatic complexity. So the cyclomatic complexity is a number which is much better for Ansel than for any of the Darktables. And cyclomatic complexity is a metric that measure the number of indirections in your code. So basically the number of code paths that your code can take. So for example, here, my code can take a path where the inputs are not ready for the pipeline. So that's the first path. And then there is the second one, which is when the input are ready. And then there is actually no path until I hit these ifs. So every time I hit a if, I hit a decision, I hit a branch in the control flow, and then this is adding cyclomatic complexity. And we try to fight cyclomatic complexity because we have to test each of these paths to actually ensure they work. If not, then we are just releasing the app and hoping for the best. And the more cases you have to test, and the more tedious it is to test everything, and obviously the higher are the chances that the code path will not be tested at all, and so we have no idea. And that's how in Darktable there are many code paths that are not used by many people, and they are barely tested, and they sometimes break. But then when they break, you have to figure which of the case is actually breaking. So you have to go into the whole code and figure out what if directed you to what piece of code and how the data were actually handled. So that can be sort of alleviated by adding, debug print. But if you start adding debug prints every fucking where, you're not much helped, because at the end your log is 50 kilometers long, and then you're just burying debug log information inside other debug log information. So that's not helpful either. So the best way to fix bugs is to lower the complexity of the code, and that's how I fixed Ansel. And all the bugs I've faced, every bug that was reported in the Ansel bug tracker led to more simplification, while everything that goes into the Darktable bug tracker leads to another extra special case handled as an if inside an if, and as a go-to inside an if inside another if. So good luck with that. So obviously the cyclomatic complexity is limited as any metric. It would be completely stupid to optimize your code base for low cyclomatic complexity. First of all, because if you add more features, then you will automatically add more cyclomatic complexity. But also because sometimes cyclomatic complexity makes the code actually easier to understand from a human perspective. So that's why how they call Sonar Cloud developed the notion of cognitive complexity, which is related to the cyclomatic complexity, but a bit different. And you get the metrics, the numbers here. And they are still better for Ansel. But also it's worth mentioning that I've not removed that many features in Ansel, and actually I've added a lot more. So you compare to Darktable 4, it's still better, although it has more features. I mean, depending on how you measure, you count the features, but anyway. And increasing the cyclomatic complexity will inevitably increase the maintenance cost. So there is an executive decision to be made when you accept external contribution against your code base regarding whether that new feature, that new cool stuff that your developer is adding to the code is worth the maintenance cost. And maintenance is a shitty job because it's basically not in software programming. The cool part is to build new stuff because you start from scratch and you make something, and at the end of the day you have something more. But it's a working tool, and people have invested in it. They have their whole picture collections handled in it. They learned how to use it, so they've put an investment in the software, and they want the thing they've invested in to pay back later. And if you break the features on which they depend and they rely, you're kind of breaking the contract here. And so maintenance is even more important than developing new stuff, because it's basically fulfilling your contract. When people invest in your software, in learning it, in creating files, assets with it, they expect that it will keep working in the future and you will not break the shit. So that kind of discussion weighting benefits versus maintenance cost is something that you will never find in on GitHub, in any discussion regarding Darktable. Everything goes in. Everything is accepted. There are very few pull requests that are refused, and that's because the current maintainer, Pascal Aubry, is living under the belief that if you start discouraging external contributions, then you are killing the momentum of the project. So they will keep riding or surfing the wave of cool and the hype, even though they are just creating a monster that is growing like a cancer without any kind of management. So this is how bugs happen in software. On the left, you have the shit you don't see, but that you should fix, because problems, they always have a root cause. And then the problem is that the root cause is typically, and especially in Darktable, as you saw, hidden between several layers of shit. So good luck seeing the shit you should fix through all the intermediate layers. And then when users report bugs, users, they live in the GUI, so they will report the problems in the GUI level. And that's only natural. But then it's the job of the developer to try to, make sense of the GUI, which is sometimes very, very time-consuming and tiring, because users have a way of burying you, drowning you into information, and yet managing to miss the critical information that you need. But anyway, the way Darktable is fixing bugs is basically by hiding the shit where it appears to happen, so where it is seen, where it manifests itself. So you will hide shit everywhere, but you will hide shit many times, because you are not fixing the root of the issue. You are fixing all the manifestations. So you have more than one fix to do. And then what you end up with is just more shit hiding the original shit. So it's, you had a couple and now you have a couple plus 3 intermediate layers of shit hiding the actual issue. So for each bug, you are increasing, in fact, the technical debt. And that's how Darktable works. And that's the kind of stuff I had to remove gradually in Ansel before reaching the actual bugs and fixing them by simplification. The way it's done in Ansel is that we aggregate. So first of all, I don't jump on fixing bugs. I usually let them rest for a bit to see if several bugs that affect several parts of the software start drawing a cluster, start making a cluster that points to, that gives me a smell of, okay, that might be this feature. So I'm not too, not too keen on solving bugs too fast, because if you let them sit for a while, then you'll get several users reporting seemingly different bugs. But then if you read between the lines, these bugs, they will draw a cluster, and from a cluster, you have a lot more information than just from an individual bug report. And that gives you an opportunity through archaeology in a terrible code base to be able to find and fix the original bug. So not just like the manifestation. So now the project management. Darktable was described in 2019 by its creator, Johannes Hanatos, at LGM 19. It was described as a do-ocracy, the one that do stuff have power over the project. And that's absolutely not sustainable when the team is growing. Starting a new project is easy. New projects, they are always easy because you don't have constraints, you don't have legacy, you don't have old files to support, you don't have old databases to support. So you can start fresh and it's fine. But the challenge is not that. The challenge is managing the growth, managing when features keep piling. Which one would you need to prune? Which one do you need to merge together? Which one are not needed anymore? Which one should be refactored? And at what point, when you extended the software, you need to redo the architecture, so the infrastructure, because you just pushed it too far out of its design requirements and its comfort zone. So there is no roadmap in Darktable. You don't know what's the goal of the next release. You don't know what will be tackled. You don't know what's the the topic of the next release. It's all it's all random contributions that come at random times from random contributor. And there is a quasi-hagiographic narrative around that developers, they're nice, they want to share their work with others, but that's often not the case. Developers, they will modify the software for their own need. And the thing is, when you do that, sooner or later, your set of local modification on the software, they will be invalidated by the core, by the upstream changes. So you will have to maintain your own copy of the software with your own set of changes and keep doing so as the upstream software is getting different changes that may conflict with your local changes. So by getting your local changes accepted upstream, you're kind of making it the problem of someone else to support your own modification, because then incompatibilities will be seen upstream and will have to be fixed, because there's kind of a contract that every existing features should keep working. So the next changes to the software will need to account for your own changes. So for developers, having your code accepted upstream is not a gift. It's not a present that you do that you make to the community. It's just covering your ass to avoid having to maintain your own fork all the fucking time. But when you do that, again, this need to be weighted against the goal of the software and whether it's a priority or not. And so, since there is none of that, a Darktable release is just an arbitrary snapshot of the code. So you just freeze the code base twice a year, and you call that a release, and that's it. There is no like topic or in Ansel, a release, which didn't happen yet, but a release is when your list of bugs is cleared and the software is considered stable with the current set of features it has. And so when the list of bugs is cleared, well, then you can release because you have a stable software, and it's not chasing some arbitrary release cycle and dates and stuff constraints that you completely made up for yourself. That has no point. Then Darktable, the issue is the unregulated communication. So right now on Darktable, you have 63 opened pull requests, so that's contributions waiting to be merged, and you have 500 issues opened. And if we sort them by oldest, the oldest one is 7 years old, and these are actually camera support. So these should actually go to Raspeed. They are not the concern for Darktable. And I have a search engine here, and I will talk about it later. But for that search engine, I have a web crawler, so I check everything that happens in Darktable, Ansel, and so on. And there are about 50 new updates, meaning new comments on one issue or one pull request or something. 50 every day. And the fact is the Darktable team is first not that big, and then there is no like help desk or interface between users and developers. So they really don't have the manpower to handle all this information every day. And it's just too much noise too often. And I was working on Darktable. When I was working on Darktable, that was just like unbearable. And there were days where I could just spend the whole day answering to people and not getting anything done. Because of course the users, the kind of users who post these things, they are mostly retired or they have free time or whatever. So for them, they have a lot of time to pollute the trackers and create informational noise. And you also have the pixels.us forum, which kind of became the Mordor of all open source projects, imaging projects. They try to trap all the open source projects and make them converge there. But the problem is it's also a sidebar where there are development decisions taken, and there are endless discussions as well. So there are more than one channel of interaction for technical decisions, design decisions, and you have to follow through both, and it's just scattering information. So GitHub alone is already a lot of noise and a lot of activity. But if you add some unregulated forum on the top, then it's just too much information. And because all the development is done either on Pixels.us and GitHub, then there is also a lot of micromanagement of technical decisions and design by users, and that's just not possible. I mean, users, they should be used as a test panel. They should be used to understand the issue. We should try to listen and understand the needs of users. But the problem is users, they have mostly shitty ideas because all they see in the software is the GUI, and the thing they express is what they like or what they want, but they never express what they need. And it's up to the designer to scratch the surface and go beneath what users want, what users like, and understand what they actually need. Because when you have a user base that large, for everything that someone likes, you will find someone else to dislike it. So the Darktable way of handling conflict is to making everything a preference. And that's why you have many preferences in the software to basically customize everything. But most of these preferences, the problem is that not only are they cluttering the UI, but then they are also making the code more complicated because you have to support more cases and you have to make the cyclomatic complexity increase as well. So because you fail to split and decide for failure of decision to try to not piss off anybody, you make it harder for everybody, including the developers, because then you have more options, more preferences to support with more code, with more peculiar cases, and that's just unbearable. So this I've looked up the research in sociology and psychology, and all the research that you can find as of now in 2026 points to the same conclusion. A work team should have no more than 7 to 9, and 9 is a very big, a very generous threshold, but a team should never have more than 7 team members. Why? Because after 7 members, the productivity starts dropping, and the productivity drop comes from unregulated communication. So when you have 5 persons, you have 10 communication channels. But if you add only 2 persons, now you more than double the communication channels. And so that makes it difficult for everybody in the team to be well informed. And if you want to stay well informed, you might have to listen to too much stuff that doesn't concern you. And you will have to filter out more information. So you have left with the choice of missing things because you just too many communication. You're out of too many communication channels, or you want to be part of all communication channels, and then you have to filter out too much things. And that's either ways that makes the productivity drop, just because communication is really a balance to find between not enough and way too much. And if you have too much information, then you get tired of having to process it. But if you have too few and you are also missing things, well, that hinders collaboration. Which is why communication should be first, communication should be regulated. So you should have canonical channels to decide, to discuss and decide some stuff. Then the communication between developers should be shielded from direct user input, because user input is just noise in many cases. User input is very valuable if you handle it, if you manage it properly. That is, before and after the design. Before, because you need to understand the needs. And after, because you need to validate your solution. You need to validate that it's clear enough to be understood, it's fast enough to be used, it's efficient enough, etc. So users, they are welcome at the initial and final stage, but in between, please just go fishing, go annoy someone else. The users are not helping when they are too much in the loop of development. So, second chapter, the lack of vision. Darktable has no vision. I mean, if you ask a Darktable developer what the application is aiming at being, what kind of users we try to cater for, there is not one answer. Nobody agrees. Which means that you cannot answer the question what fits within the scope of the project. You cannot say, okay, this is not for this project. What you are asking right now is for another software. It's for another application. It might be for I don't know, an extension, a plugin, but not for the core software. And so, because also you can't answer that question about the scope of the project, then you can you cannot either answer what should go into the next release, meaning what is the priority for the next release, what changes should be held, postponed, for the sake of being able to stabilize something, to make something more robust, to refactor something. So everything happens at the same time, and it's just there's no visibility. So working on Darktable is very stressful. It's really a burnout factory, because there are so many stuff happening at the same time in all possible different directions, that if you are a bit interested in making the software better and not just being your personal playground where you unwind from your day job by talking to a computer and building new stuff in C, then it's impossible to work in that environment, because it's just too chaotic. It's too much of everything at the same time, all the time. So then the number one criticism that has been addressed to Darktable, and I mean the number one since 2016, so it's been 10 years now. I've been using Darktable for shit and giggles. I've been using Darktable since 2000 and at least 13, and I possibly since 2012. So it's been a very long time. I've been there for a very long time. I've seen that software evolve. I was before I started to contribute to the source code, I was already a user. I had been a user for like 5 to 6 years already, and I just learned how to program, how to code in C just for Darktable. So the number one criticism is Darktable has too many modules, and then they add the sigmoid module, which is essentially a different flavor of Filmic. And like Filmic, it does some sort of logarithmic shaper, and then it does some sort of S-curve on top, and then it does some sort of chroma correction to try to make the output chroma somewhat consistent with the input chroma. So that these are all the steps that Filmic already does. The difference is it uses different strategies at each step. So sigmoid could have been embedded into Filmic, which already has different modes. It already has different color science versions. It already has different ways of parametrizing your spline, the S curve. So you can make the spline more or less round, more or less flat, etc. So you already have to do that. The only reason why Sigmoid was introduced as a brand new module is developer convenience, because it's easier to start fresh with the new module than trying to integrate your work inside another existing module, because you will have to understand that existing module before. And the guy who did the Sigmoid module was active for 1 year or 2 in the project, and now it just disappeared from the project. So that's always the same kind of issue. And then there is AGX. So AGX is born from the Blender. It's kind of the new, better Filmic. And again, AGX is basically doing the same steps as Filmic. And it even resembles the Filmic V5 version color science that went to that desaturated highlights a lot more than the current one. Because it did like a RGB ratio manipulation, so it's actually close to one of the intermediate versions of Filmic. And again, it could have been turned into a different mode into Filmic, such that users could have only one tone mapping module, and within that tone mapping module, they would be presented with, Sigmoid is great if you don't want to bother about parameters. So you don't want too much control. You don't want to understand what you're doing. Then that's your simple mode. And then Filmic allows you to precisely set your black and white points, which is useful if you need a black point compensation when you are printing, which Sigmoid doesn't allow, because you don't have the ability to set a precise black point in Sigmoid. It's kind of a byproduct of the contrast that you are inputting. But in Filmic, you have this explicit white and black that annoys many people, but is the only way to have a proper black point compensation if you are printing your pictures. And so that's your, I don't know, advanced mode. And then you build in AGX, probably without all the nifty color features, because the pipeline, the feature split is designed such that the color work happens before. So I don't see why you would do such fine-grained color work inside your third tone mapper in the UI. But anyway, so all this could have been solved in an elegant way without overwhelming users, and then users would have been directed to the tone mapping module, and within the tone mapping module you would have different modes depending how much control and how much time you want to spend understanding the tool. But no, instead of that, they put everything in a new module, and now they're just turning the Darktable that pretends to be a workflow app into a plugin registry, just like Gimmick. And so all the cool new stuff is added because it's new. There is no assessment of whether it fits in the workflow, if it's actually helpful, if it's redundant with something that already exists, if it should be merged with something that already exists, or if it should actually be something that already exists but corrected and fixed. So this main criticism that you will read everywhere on the web, on every fucking photo forum since 2016, they just keep ignoring it, and that's annoying. That's frustrating. I mean, it's like, you know, the dumb one in the classroom. I don't remember the exact name for that in English. But the dumb, usually it's a boy, and typically he's a bit chubby. But the dumb one in the classroom, when everyone sees him as the dumb one, he starts existing as the dumb one, and that becomes part of his identity, and he starts overplaying it because that's his only way to exist. And so that's exactly what happens with Darktable. They are the dumb one in the family. That's how they are perceived, that's their identity, and they will go all the way into dumbness just because that's how they are tagged and they are seen and they can exist. So that's completely stupid. And then the Daunting interface. So the Daunting interface is because there is too much, there are too many controls in the UI, first of all. And then the controls, the type of controls that you have, they are completely cryptic and they don't match any known paradigm from any desktop application, any typical desktop application. So yeah, you instead of trying to simplify and instead of trying to make it look more like typical modern applications, they keep adding more to the sidebars. And so I've shown how in Ansel I've hidden things while still making it available, and that's by using pop-ups. So when you have stuff that you don't need all the time, so that managing stuff and you need it only sometimes but not all the time in your workflow, then you don't need it all the time in your UI. That's common sense. If that's useful only sometimes, it should be visible only sometimes. But at the same time, it's not a license to bury everything into the preferences, because the preferences, they don't say what they are setting. They are far away from the object that they are setting. So I don't like either this way of putting the settings too far away from the thing they control, which is why I've moved a lot of preferences from the window, the preferences window, into the toolbar of the Darkroom, because then you have access to these settings where they actually make an impact, they actually have an effect. And adding more to preferences is both a way to like a very clumsy way to declutter the UI, but also trying to support too many use cases, too many preferences, and too many workflows. So, which, as I said earlier, has consequences in the code base as well. They can't be bothered using context menu, and that's something, I mean, I don't understand. Context menu are great. You right click, first of all, you find them everywhere. they allow you to make contextual control appear where you need them, exactly where you need them. I mean, you don't need to cross the UI to go fetch a button that is sitting on the sidebar at the other side of the software. They are accessible right there, right now. And yet, they prevent to clutter the UI 24/7 with stuff that you wouldn't need all the time. So context menus are great. Context menus are great, but I don't know why they use so few of them. And then, of course, there is this habit of adding cryptic icons, and you don't understand what they mean. And they are so cryptic that you need a tooltip that has sometimes one or two rows of lines of text to explain what the fuck this icon means. And it's just a big failure when your icon, the main idea behind an icon is that it's some symbol that is globally and universally understood and recognized. If that's not the case, if you need an explanation, this assumption is voided. So don't use an icon. Use the text button. Use a text button is great. It's saying just what it does. And if you find yourself having too many text buttons, then ask yourself is if you need all that at the same place. And so basically they keep pushing orthogonal to any known common desktop UI paradigms. Scrolling doesn't have the same, mouse scroll doesn't have the same effect as in other software. You delete a mask by right-clicking on it. That doesn't match any other software. Deletion on right-click is something completely unheard of and completely shitty. I don't know. You have to input mandatorily a range into the star filter selection because otherwise just clicking on one, I mean, fuck it. There's nothing. And since I redid the whole GUI in Ansel, I know that the way they are actually using GTK to achieve these orthogonal behaviors, they achieve the orthogonal behaviors by fighting GTK all the way. They are overriding everything that GTK does by default. They are pushing GTK in use cases for which it was not designed. And this has a cost as well. It's you know, they are actually fighting GTK and making things more difficult than they need to be, just because they decided that I don't know, UI should behave like that. And even in the Linux world, the UI paradigms in Darktable, they don't even match the GNOME desktop environment. GTK, which is the graphical toolkit that we use in Darktable and Ansel, comes from the GNOME project, which has, I don't like it personally, but you may like it or not, at least it provides some sort of unified UX guidelines. And even in that context, Darktable doesn't match the ecosystem, like the rest of the world. So it's completely stupid to keep doing things this way, and it serves absolutely no purpose. And then we have the lack of knowledge. A couple of weeks ago, someone felt clever and tried to renamed the filmic latitude as something else because he thought that the latitude was not such a suitable name. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Latitude means something in the world of analog photography. It means the range of exposure. So how much you can, the range that you have between underexposure and overexposure that you have, and that forgives your slight exposure mismatch. And this is because when you look at the sensitometric curve of your film, it's an S curve, like every tone mapper around, but that the latitude you have is correlated to the linear part in the center of the curve. So in filmic, that linear central part is called latitude. And it comes from somewhere. I didn't made it up. And so that guy just decided that, no, from now on, we will rename that. And there is like a shitload of videos on YouTube that refer to latitude because it used to be the name of the slider, and now they will just be avoided and invalidated just because someone woke up, felt clever despite being completely clueless, and changed it because he felt like that. And that's a constant in Darktable development. The guys, they don't know shit about color science, they don't understand it, and they don't know shit about analog photography. So everything they do, they kind of reinvent the wheel, but they don't do it in a way that's consistent with what we used to do. And so basically they are okay with the fact of creating a completely parallel world of digital photography that doesn't care for the legacy and for the wisdom and the knowledge that the old school analog photography already solved, because actually there is a lot of things that we do in digital and we actually do them only to as to emulate things that were done in analog photography. So to solve that problem and many others, I created my own search engine, and it has an index that is composed of many pages. So basically, you have the whole of GitHub. You have the GitHub issues, pull requests, commits, discussions for Ansel, Darktable, LensFun, EXIF2, and some others. You have the whole of Photo Stack Exchange forum. You have some photo magazine, you have a lot of Wikipedia pages, you have the discuss pixels.us forum, you have the darktable.fr website and forum. You have scientific publication on color science, psychology and perception, computational photography, and so on. You have the ACES, ACES, so the Academic Color Encoding System website and forum as well. You have the whole of the ExoMark. You have some Adobe specifications, especially regarding EXIF, DNG, XMP, and so on. You have, of course, Ansel websites. You have the website of the International Color Commission, International Commission on Illumination, so the CIE. You have the ICC as well, the International Color Consortium. And you have many blogs. So you have a lot of knowledge, and the whole thing is specialized on photography, color science matters. And the thing is, so this solves many issues, the first one being the scattering of information all over the places. But then there's also the fact that if you use typical search engines, they only care about exact keywords. And if you don't exactly use the right keywords, then you may not find the right pages. So the AI model, language model, has an understanding of synonyms, which means that, for example, partisan, whatever. So you can restrict to English post if you want. But basically, the AI allows you to widen the search beyond the exact keywords that you input. And you can weight the AI as you want. So if you put 0% of AI, it becomes a strict keyword search using using tokens, statistics on pages. So it becomes something very simple. So you have all sorts of filters. I'll let you have a look on the documentation of the thing if you want to have some more explanations and guidelines about how to use it. But basically, the more keywords you add and the better context you create for the AI, and so that will help. We also have Darktable, Ansel Darktable docs, so it's useful both for end users and developers, and you just have to check the GitHub developer info box if you want to include all the more technical content that may interest only developers, except if you are looking for a bug report, in which case you will need to include that. And then you have an option to include user forums, because information quality is really, hit and miss there. So if you want to start with reputable sources first, then you just have to leave that unchecked. So then there is lack of knowledge of programming patterns and abstractions. So there's a minority of developers revolving around Darktable that are actually trained programmers, and they know how to program, meaning they know how to pass instructions to their computers, but then they don't know how to do it properly. So they don't know how to write object-oriented code, because that's possible even in C. I mean, there is no formal support for object-oriented code in C, but there are ways to use the patterns and the paradigms to create objects in C. It's actually used in the Darktable code base, and it was used from the very early stage. They don't know, like, all the things that, well, some of the things that I laid out in the first part on my code review, like keeping modules modular and stopping to and trying to not avoiding a mess. Like, for example, there's code inheritance. So this, the accelerators.h file, is the thing that is used for the keyboard shortcuts. And if you look into Darktable 5, where is it? Darktable 5, the most complex file of the whole software is not a part that is actually doing image processing. It's the accelerators.c. So this is the layer that handles keyboard shortcuts, gamepad supports, and all the MIDI connectors and so on. And that's by far the most complex part of the software. And when you look at this is the graph of dependency. So that's all the things that this module, quote unquote, module, in the programmatic sense, a module is a piece of is a set of features that you have enclosed away from the rest of the software, so you avoid bad interactions. If you are building complex software, you need to use modularity, and modularity principle states that your main tasks should be split into subtasks, and subtasks should be deferred to modules, and the modules, they have to know as little as possible about the external world. So you give them inputs and they give you outputs, and you have a core manager that is managing the communication between modules. But modules, they should not communicate with each other, because that's how you create a whack-a-mole situation where when you change something in one module, then it has unexpected repercussions somewhere else at the other end of the code base. And that's very frustrating, and that makes for a very unreliable software. So the principle of modularity is really not enforced in Darktable, and that's the proof. When we say a spaghetti code, this is what we mean. What we mean. Basically, the accelerators.h file is importing the whole software. I mean, it's aware of everything in the software. Every data class, every data structure is accessible from this, which means that this could possibly change states that don't belong to it. So it could affect data that doesn't belong to it. But also, every change you do will have repercussions, and this is completely unmaintainable. This is like the worst thing ever. And in Ansel, you'll see that the accelerators.c, which is again the layer that handles the key shortcuts, it's not even in the top. where is it? Accelerators has less than half the cyclomatic complexity, and it's far below the masking API and some of the more complex image processing modules. So in Ansel, the most complex parts of the software are actually handling pixels, and in Darktable, the most complex part of the software, there are gadgets and toys. And if you want to see the results of the refactoring that I did, this is now the graph of dependency of Ansel's accelerators.h. So when you import that file to use accelerators in the software, you don't import all the software as a side effect. So we go from this. You can't even read it. So it's just too crowded from this. And this is what is meant by, enclosure. But it's still not great for the C implementation, because the C implementation is a mess, and that's because it imports the Darktable.h, which has a lot of stuff, common stuff, and that should be refactored. But at least it's behind the interface, and the interface is the .h file, the header file, and the mess is hidden behind the interface, so we don't propagate the mess. So they don't know either about previous art, which means that they will be keen on reinventing things on their own. And for this, there is a very easy solution now. It's called ChatGPT or any other AI. People use ChatGPT to write emails and essays that they don't want to write, and it's average in that context. But the one thing that the GPTs are very good at is to provide you a state-of-the-art review and give you a list of every possible tested method that could be used to solve a particular problem. So I use it a lot to review existing methods for a specified problem, and then you ask it, because it says a lot of shit, but you can ask it to output academic references, and from there you can do a much better state-of-the-art review than using Google, which now doesn't output anything useful, except if you are looking for, I don't know, a restaurant opened nearby. And the developers don't know either about existing internal APIs, so that's all the functions that already exist in the software. And to handle this problem, Ansel has a developer documentation. So it's really not difficult, you see. We use Toxygen, so Toxygen is mining the doc strings we put in the comments in the code, and automatically we have a GitHub action. So there is a GitHub action somewhere, workflow, where is it, docs? So there is a GitHub action which will build the doc, the dev doc, automatically every Sunday at midnight, and then it's uploaded on GitHub pages, and we have the dev doc always up to date. Also in the dev doc, I have documented something that didn't exist before. It's in reorganization. Where is reorganization? Oh my god. Yeah, Ansel code-based reorganization. There is a flowchart of the architecture, of the high-level architecture of Ansel. So this gives you an idea of the path that data will take when it enters the software, and how it will be read and written by what modules, but what part of the software, and in which thread the parts of the software live. So this gives you a complete high-level understanding of how the different parts of the software are interacting with each other, and each of these read, write, update goes through a unified interface. There is no direct access of the pipeline to the IOP or whatever, which is absolutely not guaranteed in Darktable codebase. Darktable codebase is doing everything in the wrong way, the worst possible way. So, I mean, yeah, that's how far I went. And this wasn't, I mean, I didn't, for the most part, I wasn't able to even draw this flowchart because the code was just too complicated. So this is the result of 4 years of a gradual simplification, and from one simplification to one refactorization, from refactorization to simplification. At some point, you start uncovering the global structure, and from that, you kind of assess if things are done the way they should be, and they were not, obviously. So I redid the whole thing. I put everything behind interfaces, and then here is the graph of how Darktable Ansel works. And good luck trying to draw the same kind of graph for a Darktable in a way that actually represents what's going on inside. I think nobody is able, no dev right now in Darktable is able to draw that because there are just too many special cases and hidden branches and so on. And the dev documentation is not just about exposing APIs, so exposing the existing functions. It's also about documenting the initial decisions. So to get a chance of understanding how things are made and how they are supposed to behave. So what should happen? Because if you don't understand what should happen, then you can't know if a bug is a bug or a feature that was misunderstood or a feature that is not used in the way it should be. So if you don't give your design intent, then all the rest is just reverse engineering. So with the design intent and the code, you have the goal, you have the implementation, and then you can assess if you find mismatches between the implementation and the intent. And also that gives a primer, that gives a crash course. And when I started, so that gives a crash course to new developers. And when I started working on Darktable, the lack of documentation was really a pain in my ass, because everything that happens in that software, you need to search for text into the whole code base and try to figure everything out by yourself and find all the places where a function will be called and how it will be called, and try to make a mental model of the data flow and the data life cycle before you are even able to do anything. And finally, what I've seen a lot is developers jumping on the guns because users asked for something, and that's something they didn't see how to achieve it. So they had a goal, they had a problem, they had a goal, and the goal was already possible to reach with existing tools if you understood them and if you were able to write a piece of documentation to help users do what they need to do, but with existing features. Instead of that, and because developers understand so little the code base they are themselves working on, they are drawn to build new stuff. And the problem is you cannot keep building new stuff forever. You start cluttering the UI, and then you start making the software complicated, and then it's a whole slippery slope of madness. And sometimes the best solution to a problem is more documentation, not more code. But the problem with developers is the one thing they love to do is to code. So that's how they see the problem. You know, when you have a hammer in your hand, then everything starts looking like a nail. And so they will hammer everything just because it's a software project. So let's solve everything with more software. And fuck the documentation, fuck the tutorials, and so on. So in Ansel, we have workflows, which are start to end sequence of operation to reach certain results. And then we have the documentation. And also on each page, you have the knowledge map that helps, that you can click on the nodes and you can zoom in, zoom out, and pan, whatever. And so that helps creating a transversal way of accessing documentation pages based on their topic and the link they do between each other. So yeah, I've put a lot of effort on the information and training part, because that's where many issues, both on the user side and on the developer side, they come from. Similarly, I've documented color spaces for developers because there were so many mistakes in implementing color conversions in Darktable, because the devs, they just don't understand what they are manipulating when they are doing a color space conversion, and so on. So you have the pipeline architecture, you have pretty much everything, and the underlying AI language model is trained with all that, so it speaks Ansel. Okay, and the final one, well, one of the final ones, open source is a big fat lie. It's supposed to be free, it's supposed to empower users, well, empower people, because it doesn't say users. It's supposed to be empowering, free, etc. But when you look at the structure of power in open source, it's freedom for engineers. So basically, engineers, they gain the freedom of copy-pasting all the snippets from the others. But users, the only freedom they have is to run the software and shut up. And it's not emancipating, it's not empowering. And what really pisses me off is that we have this double speech where we pretend that open source is mature enough for professional use, where open source is the only possible alternative to corporations that are feeding on your personal data and providing you nice little tools in exchange. But then we don't care about users at all. We don't care about their needs. We don't care about especially users who are less computationally literate, because it's so, easy to for a developer to ask users to start a command line interface, or to build the software themselves. So in Ansel, we have been delivering nightly build packages for Linux and Windows since the end of 2023, I think. And that was even before Darktable did, because I suspect Darktable started delivering nightly builds 1 month after Ansel, so I suspect they just grabbed my code and didn't credit me for it. But we provide since December 2022. Ansel has nightly builds for Linux and Windows, and we have them for macOS as well since last year. So it's been 7 to 8 months now. So that was even before Darktable did, and that's because it feels to me important that users should be able to test early the software and report on issues, even though they don't have the skills to build the software themselves. And in Darktable, the position has been forever that we don't provide the binaries, we only provide the source code, and then it's up to repository managers and packagers to do the job. Then they don't do it, or they don't do it in a timely fashion. And then people go on the Darktable GitHub tracker, GitHub issue tracker, to complain about third-party packagers that failed to deliver what they promised. And at some point, it's just easier to manage your own app image and .exe rather than just waiting for someone else to do it, especially since it's completely automated on GitHub. And also, Ansel has done a lot to be able to run with decent runtimes on very weak hardware. And I have many users now who reported that they have computers with an Intel i3, i5, and they were never able to run Darktable properly. And finally, they are able to use Ansel, even with reasonable runtimes if they don't use the heaviest modules. And that's just because Ansel has been, completely redone on the back end, on the architecture, and now the pipeline works, and the cache of the pipeline works, and so I didn't optimize Ansel by making the computations run faster. I made Ansel faster by removing the computations entirely when they are not needed. But to know that the computations are not needed, then you need to understand your whole data flow, the whole life cycle of your data, which means you have to understand your software, and that's not possible in Darktable. And if it's possible, I mean, if someone claims the opposite, just prove it to me and do it. Because I did it, so I have results to produce, I have runtimes to show. Again, the runtimes, they are somewhere in the news. Fixing the pipeline, complete pipeline overall. So I've tested Darktable 5.4 and Ansel on 2 different computers, 2 different configurations, and the aggregated results, they are that Darktable is at least 1.16 times faster than Darktable, and in some situations it's 100 times faster. Why? Because we have a cache that works. And we have a cache that works because we know what we can cache, what data won't change, and what we cannot, or when we need to refresh said data. But that was not possible on Darktable, and that was not possible in the early days of Ansel, and it's not getting any more possible in current Darktable because they keep adding stuff and they keep making it more complicated. So that will not happen. Users, they are, you need to be very careful when we are talking about users because there is a huge survivor bias within the community of Darktable users. The Darktable users have made 2 surveys, one in 2020 and one in 2022. And I found that the typical, so here, for comparison, I took the average of US population, and then the Darktable users who answered the survey, and I restricted the survey to users living in the US. And so for this population, in the general US population, you have 14% of people with a master's degree or a PhD, whereas in Darktable users, you have 35%. So that's more than twice as much. And similarly for the gap is not that big, but there is still a gap in favor of more educated people among the subset of Darktable users. So basically, you have a big fat bias, which is sociological, towards basically white, middle-aged, educated, privileged men So this is for the age distribution. The purple line is the survey of the average of US internet users. In red you have my YouTube, the viewers of my YouTube channel, and the both shades of green, so aquamarine and the other one, for the survey, the people who answered the survey. And you see that you have a huge bias towards middle-aged people. And not much for the youngest. And they are both the users, but also the developers. So it's kind of a in French we call that entre-soi, between us, among us. I don't know how you would translate it in English. And they are in this homogeneous group. There are no women. I mean, there is like there are like 2 or 3, but it's not even 2% of women. And that was confirmed by the second survey in 2022. I had, if I remember correctly, I had like fewer than 2% of women, and it's something. I mean, that's a smell. It's always a smell. So in the photography world, women are at least 50% of the photography business owners in the US. In France, it's about 45% because women working in photography are usually employed. They are employees, so they are not self-employed. They are not business owners, but still. So we know that the community is made of, at very least, 50% of women. How the fuck do we manage to filter them out such that at the end we have not even 2% of them among users and 0% of them among developers? Because again, if you look at the stats of developers, especially in the video games industry, we are very close to 50-50. We are very close to parity between men and women. So it's not a matter of we don't have enough programmers who are women. It's really like the women are driven away by something, and this reveals that the community at large is largely toxic and not welcoming to a lot of people, because it's not okay that I mean, if we filtered, if we accepted everybody randomly, we would have the same stats as in the general population. We would have 14% of PhD instead of 35. Well, PhD and master's degree combined, but you get the idea. So there is a very clear bias that is showing, and it's not a good look for so-called open source communities that pretend to welcome everybody, that pretend to be about empowerment, to be about inclusivity and so on. It's really they failed. I mean, we failed, and they fail a second time when they fail to recognize and acknowledge that. And of course, users' needs. So, I mean, you have the right to use the tool, and we will convince you that the tool is better. The open source tool is better than the proprietary corporate one. But then, if you're not happy, then just go fuck yourself. We don't have to listen to you because it's developed. I mean, you didn't pay for it. And so this has to end. So, yeah, to finish about that, Darktable is not a community. A community is a group of people who care about each other. A community is about, belonging and about people. What Darktable is a group of man-children who get excited about the same toys. And that's why there is no concept of need, because need is care, and care is something that is deferred to women in our societies and cultures. So if you don't have any women, there is no care in the group. That's like how it works. And also, it's not the topic. It's not the goal. The goal is to get excited about the same new toys, and regardless of whether they actually fulfill our needs, because it was never about our needs and the needs of other people who have to use the software for their work, or they rely on the software, or they have invested in the software in some way or another, and we are just making their life more difficult or not as easy as it could be. They clearly overlook and despise computer illiterate people. So you have to remember that 50% of computer users, they don't know how to install their printer. That's a stat. So when you ask people to, when you consider it normal to ask people to start a command line interface, well, you are deluding yourself. That's as simple as that. And so the crowd is made of middle-aged, white, privileged dudes who have too much free time, no need for income or extra income, and no desire for responsibility, which goes together. In Darktable, I was the only one collecting donations. And I knew that it come with a sense of responsibility. And the other ones, they didn't want any donations. First of all, because they didn't need it. But then, of course, because collecting donations, they didn't want the responsibility that comes with it. So it's really not the same, it's really not the same level of implication. If you want to stay a hobbyist and if you are willing to commit professionally, it's not the same level of, I don't know how to call that actually, because, I mean, you go big or you go home, but the development model that relies on hobbyist contributions relies on people who are accountable for nothing. They are not accountable. They are not responsible. They work whenever they feel like it. They produce very uneven work, and that's all you can hope for, because the structure of the work is so shitty that if you are willing to commit to it professionally, you are on for a very precarious situation. And then those guys, which comes with the two previous points, they own powerful and expensive hardware. And that's why they don't care. They don't see how slow the software has become, because they are unaffected by the sluggishness, by the slowdowns, because their computers, they can hide computer mistakes by being so powerful that it barely makes a difference. Where performance makes a difference is for people who have weak hardware, and these tend to overlap a crowd of less privileged people, less rich, less educated, less computer literate. And for those, we have no answer right now. We don't care about them. We cast them away. We mock them, and they are not welcome. We pretend they are welcome, but they are not. And if they don't like the software on their computer, I've seen people telling you should buy a more powerful computer. It's like, no. Darktable used to be usable on weak computers. I used Darktable on weak computers in the 2010s. Of course, some modules were inaccessible because the local Laplacian, diffuse and sharpen now, and even the contrast equalizer, they were out of your league. But you could still open a picture and get your work going with reasonable runtimes. Now it's not guaranteed anymore. So the next for Ansel, I am done with this fucking project. I am done with developing software. That was not my initial plan. I did it because nobody else seemed to be interested at the time in making it better, and the concerns I rose were basically never answered. And also I had the cognitive resources to understand, to learn how to do it. But working with computers doesn't make me happy. I just hate technology. It's just the ones who think that technology can emancipate people are wildly deluded. And it's not because you pretend to be a leftist or live in a bullshit communist utopia that technology can empower and emancipate people. It's a lie. First of all, because technology comes from capitalism, and then because sooner or later you will be beaten in the ass by an inflationary system, an inflationist or inflationary, whatever, inflation, where if you can do something with that many tools now, that many computer tools now, you will need twice as many in 5 or 10 years, and it never ends. Like the outreach, the outreach of digital technologies and computer technologies on our lives is only worsening, is only deepening. And I don't think that the solution is alternative technology. I think the solution is fewer technology and fewer tools. So I'm done with all that bullshit. What I wish... yeah, I made a typo here, but whatever. I wish that Ansel would become a cooperative. So a cooperative is not a non-profit corporation. It's actually a corporation where the users are the shareholders and they get a vote in what the software is heading to and what the software is becoming. So what decisions are being made. I wrote an article in Ansel called Democracy, where I present the challenge, the problem, the solution I propose, and the challenge, the solution I can already think of for that solution. And so you can read that. But basically, we need to bring open source software out of the hands of open source developers because that's just a different structure of power, but it's still power nonetheless. And this power is not serving users right now. It's a big fat lie. So users need to take power. But the problem is that comes with double-sided responsibility. Users need to provide developers with proper working conditions and income such that the open source developers can stop being white, educated, privileged men with STEM degrees and no need for money. We need to make that possible for people who are actually willing to commit to make the thing better, to work in the interest of the users, and not just play code on evenings and weekends because it's how they unwind or they relax and they like to build stuff. I mean, if you want to build stuff, try woodworking. Okay, it requires less maintenance, and you will not have a detrimental effect on other people. It will be for you and for yourself alone. So that's what I think is the best course of actions for now, but I will not be part of it. And right now, Ansel has a new maintainer since 8 months. So that's support Guillaume, not GitHub. I made a typo. So Guillaume here is collecting donations pending the creation of a cooperative enterprise. He needs to make more money than that because he lives in Paris, well, near Paris, because nobody lives in Paris except the gentry. But he lives near Paris and he really needs your help. I worked with him for the past couple of years I've trained him myself. I've taught him. I taught him. Sorry, I taught him most of what I know. So I think he's ready and competent and willing to do the work, and also he's a very good photographer and a very good analog photographer who knows about the legacy and stuff. So he's not like a digital native. Well, he is technically a digital native if you are looking at his age, but he knows more than that, and he's doing his own film development at home as well. He's developing with the Cafenol and such thing. So I really would like you to support Guillaume because he's doing especially on the Misc API. He refactored the masks. I started the work and then he finished. He did the bulk of the work on that. So he already did a tremendous amount of work in Ansel. And he really needs support to keep going and to keep this project afloat. See that we have now 17 issues. So the project, I think, is in good shape for the future. The infrastructure is much more robust and reliable. I am not claiming that it's bug-free because it's written in C, and in C the bugs, they will appear only at runtime, so I have no way of figuring out most bugs at compilation time. But that's a much brighter future for Darktable than Darktable itself, than what it has become. The software is faster. It's more simple, it's easier to debug, it's easier to understand, it's documented, it has a developer documentation, it has a user documentation, it has a search engine. It runs faster, it does less bullshit, and the UI is leaner. So that's all I can do.